Okay. Erico, welcome. Erico, welcome. Okay, Erico, welcome. Okay, so please try your hands on them as we wait for folks to join, and then so that we'll get started. Okay. King Hafiz. King Hafiz. Oh, the hero Franco. Frank, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you,
Charlie,
Doc.
Charlie, what's up? Everything cool there?
Oh, if I have the privilege to meet the best teacher in
Oh,
the
look at
whole
you,
world
look at you,
wide, then
look at you, look
who
at you,
am I not
Charlie.
to have?
Charlie, boys just the one hype me. Oh, Charlie, look at you, look at you. This statement should be coming from my lady so that my day will be completed. Yeah. Franco, some questions there the bottom, so please try your hands on them. Okay, while we wait for our colleagues to join. Okay.
Thank
Oh,
you,
my
Doc.
mercy is in. My mercy is in. I see you. My mercy is in. All right. So, Mercy, please, I have some questions on the board. Please try your hands on them. My mercy is in. Okay. Mercy, give a wave. Give Jesus a wave. We Sunday church service. Please give Jesus a wave. Okay. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah,
Good
man. Yeah, man.
morning, sir.
Good morning, Miss. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well.
Oh, oh, we can't go it. Okay. So, Miss, I have some questions on the screen. Please try your hands on them before
Okay,
we
sir.
proceed. Yes, please. Please, are we done? Are we done? Okay. All right. So my Juliet is back. My Macy Fatty is back.
Say. Hello, sir.
Rosemont is here. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Belinda is here. Hello.
Why do I sense so many false in these answers?
Hey, Ajugu, what makes you think it's false? Okay. Keep your answers to yourself, please. My ladies just joined. They need peace of mind to solve it. Please don't disturb them. Don't distract them, please.
Good morning, Doc.
Ju, good morning. I see you. How are you doing?
Please,
I
I'm
have
good
five
and
posts.
you.
Oh, great. I'm doing by God's grace. Thank you.
Ajuman,
I'm good. I'm back. I'm doing the
Oh,
work.
Charlie, that's good. That's very good. Ajungo, mind your own business. Who asked you to mention answers? Eh? Mind your
I
own
know
business.
I
You
sense
want
the
to
why do I sense? I sense that
No,
there are a lot of forces in the answers.
Ajugo, you want to confuse my ladies here. Juliet just joined, and then she's doing it. Eh? And you want to confuse her. Why are you like that? Eh? Next time, we won't forgive you. Eh? Julia, please don't mind this.
I want to be banished from the class,
All
sir.
right, Doc.
hmm,
All right. So please solve this one quickly. Solve this one quickly.
we are done with it. Oh.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So let me just give 2 minutes to Juliet to see how many she could do. Then okay. And I just saw Joshua just joining.
Manaposa, cry your own cry. Say I have finished. Just say we are finished.
If you have not finished, how were you able to determine that? Many
Exactly.
posts.
Exactly.
I use microscopic eye. I can't do the whole thing. Where is Tijani?
No, Tijani is doing seesaw with the net. Oh. He goes
And
out and
Bashir,
comes back.
Bashir too.
Yana is doing seesaw with the net. Eh?
Yapewura.
All right, Sisi, I see you. Sisi, I see you. I see you. Sisi, I see you. Okay, praise, I see you. Welcome. Good to see you here. All right. Okay, so please wrap up quickly. Wrap up quickly. Okay, those of you just joined, let me give you just one more minute to see. You don't need to solve all of them. I'll keep everything on the slides for you. Okay, I think you have all the slides though, so maybe I just have to, after the class, I just have to keep this one. I mean, sometimes you can take a screenshot of the question so that at least you have them on your phone, and then wherever you go with it, and then you can easily revise with them. Okay, good. Like I can see my Belinda doing double track, okay? Doing double track with 2 phones. Hey, 2 different phones. Belinda, I see you. I see you. I see you with double track. All of them, I see you. Okay. All right. Are we done? Are we done? Rosie, please, are you done? Rosemond, please, are you done? Okay. Oh, my Jemima just joined. My one Jemima just joined. Okay. All right. So please, I think we can actually start solving it now. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so let me go back to my screen. Okay, so Ajingo, we are actually marking. Okay, so let's see. Number one, different populations. Okay, let me see my typo here. Different populations interacting with one another. Okay, interacting with one another. Give word ecosystem. True or false? True or false? Hello, true or false?
True.
That is false.
Hey.
Yeah, so one
One
man
man
down,
down.
one
One
man
man
down.
down.
We need backup. We need backup. One man is down. One man is down. One is down. We need backup. We need backup.
Hey.
We don't want any trouble. That please identify yourself. We know you. We don't want any trouble. We'll finish and you tell us 10/10.
Oh, Ima.
You one man down. One man down. One man down. Now the next question: wetlands are characterized by the presence of xerophyte. True or false?
False.
Okay. All right. Next one. Community is bigger than biome.
False.
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 False. False.
Okay. Honeybees in a hive can be described as a community.
An ecosystem.
Yes,
False.
honeybees in a hive can be described as a community.
False.
One man
False.
down again. One man
Hey.
down again. That's true statement. One man down again. One man down again. One man down again. We need backup. The soldiers are falling. The soldiers are falling. We need backup. We need backup. I didn't go there. The fear no go talk safe because
I know I'm talk because I not talk at
Hello,
the
Doc.
you think I talk. So I don't want to talk. I just don't
hello.
want to.
Yeah, Doc, please, concerning the honeybee in
Yes, in a hive.
I think it's supposed to be in a colony that will constitute a
Yeah,
community.
so the emphasis is on honeybees. Okay, so when we say a community, we are talking about when we talk of a community. Yes, even the colony itself is still the colony is not a community. When we say community in ecology, what it means is that different populations are interacting. Okay, that is why this one is false. So here the answer here should be community instead of ecosystem. Okay, so when different population means that honeybees should be there interacting with maybe other insects, other organisms, and so maybe some plants are there. The bees are pollinating the flowers and those ones. Then that would give us the community. So even if you say a colony, it is still consistent of what? Honeybees. All of them are honeybees.
Honeybees.
Sorry.
Yes, please.
Bees
in a
are
hive.
one species.
No,
But
yes,
community comprised of different species.
yeah. So different species here. What we are talking about is so that's what I'm saying. So this what? Oh, I said for. Oh no, it's false.
Oh,
Yes,
It's
Doc.
false.
I said it.
So-
It's false.
oh,
Yes,
it's
somebody
false.
said true. If somebody
I
said
said
true,
it. It's false.
You compensate me, sir.
Is that what you
You have to
said?
compensate me.
Yes,
Is
I
that
was
what you said?
confused.
You said false?
Eh?
Oh, sorry.
It's false.
Honestly, it's false. I was
I
just
said
typing.
it. Yes,
Oh,
Doc.
So
That
you
is
have to
why-
compensate me.
my ladies. No, please. So I didn't hear you. It's the ladies that I heard. Sorry, I heard you.
Uh-huh.
So ladies, it's
Doctor,
false.
that is why I am asking.
So that's why you were. Oh, sorry, no, it's false. It's false. It's false.
Oh, okay. Thank
That's
you,
false.
Doc.
It's okay, good. Right. And then biomes are defined by the climate, flora, and fauna. True or false? Hey, why is there silence in heaven?
Is a true statement.
True statement. Okay. Tundra is an aquatic biome.
False.
It's false.
Yes, Doc.
Okay. When temperatures are very high, some desert organisms undergo hibernation. True or
True.
false?
True.
Another suggestion
True.
down is false.
Hey.
In in
I
hibernation,
told you I'm
when the
seeing
weather is
false.
cold. Hibernation is when the weather is cold.
False.
Okay, so for what condition, what you go, we call it estivation. Estivation, not hibernation. Hibernation is for cold weather. When the weather is cold and organism goes for hiding, okay, that's in cold weather. That's hibernation. But when the weather is hot, that one is what? Estivation. Okay. All right, great. So that what makes it false. Okay. Tropical rainforest is more fertile. The tropical rainforest soil is more fertile than that of than savanna soil.
True.
That is false statement.
Hey.
Yes. Check right now on your phone. It's false. Tropical rainforest, the soil is not fertile. The reason is that it rains quite a lot, so the nutrient is leached deep down the soil. That's one thing. And then because of the high temperature and high rainfall, okay, the place is moist and then the temperature is high, and so it promotes decomposition. So the soil, those organic matter, they decompose quicker. Okay, so they decompose quicker. That's one. The organic matter tend to decompose quicker, and then on top of that, they do this thing. They because of the high rainfall, the nutrient tend to leach deep into the soil. So because of that, the soil in tropical rainforest is not fertile. Okay, that is why those big plants in the forest, in the tropical rainforest, they don't send their roots very deep in the soil. They stay just on the surface and they spread it like the buttress root. They have big buttress roots. Okay, yep. Okay, good. Next one. Okay, tiger forest has a higher, okay, has what a higher rainfall than the
Temperate forest.
template forest. True or false?
True.
False.
That is a false statement. Okay, tiger.
I've given you the clue that it has so many forces. You're also saying true. Me, I'm just voting quietly in my corner.
Ajingo, nobody has employed you. Nobody has employed you to give answers. Allow my soldiers to fall in the battlefield. Okay, another soldier is now here. Please, I don't want to forget that one soldier is also down. One man down already. The food chain, cactus, grasshopper.
Hello, Doc.
Hello, please.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, please.
Please, you were about to talk about the tiger forest.
Yes, I will, in fact, that's what our lecture will cover. Okay, so it's part of the slides that I gave you. So I just decided, okay, but we will talk about it today. So this is more or less future test that we are doing today, just to see some sort of reading. So we'll talk about it. Okay, the tiger one is more of it's in like those Arctic regions, very cold regions. Okay, those snowy areas, and those snowy areas, in fact, rain doesn't fall there. Okay, if you go to the very ends of Russia and that very ends of Chile, and then very top, very top, those Arctic regions, rain doesn't fall there. The weather is very,
Vancouver.
Yes, the weather is, yes, Vancouver. Like Vancouver is Canada. Maybe Vancouver is a little bit down. Okay, yeah, maybe yeah, Vancouver too. Vancouver is high up there. Okay, yeah, Vancouver, yeah. Vancouver, Alberta, all those areas. Okay, so yeah. So those places, those Arctic regions, rain doesn't fall. Rain doesn't fall. The weather is cold because of the snow, but rain doesn't fall. So the precipitation is very low as compared to temperate forest. Okay, temperate forest is a lower part of the tiger. Tiger is the extreme of all. And then we have the word. We have the food chain: cactus, grasshopper, lizard, and then hawk. It's most likely to occur in rainforest. I should have added tropical rainforest.
False.
Rainforest habitat.
False.
2 or 4. Why is it
False.
false? What makes it false? What makes it false? What is the
Cactus,
dynamic?
cactus.
Cactus grow in a desert area. So
That's
it
good.
can be
All
in
right.
a
So let's take our scores. Let's take our scores.
10,
Let's
10,
take our
10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
okay.
6 out of 10.
Okay. Who had 10? Please. We saw how the men were falling.
I had 10 over 10. Current talk.
Okay. We saw how the men were
And,
falling.
and I said, I'm seeing a lot of forces in it. How many forces? You have only one true statement or so.
Yeah.
Yes. 9 force against one true statement.
All right. So please, those who join us, who didn't join us early, please make sure you take note. If possible, take a screenshot of it so that at least you have it on your screen, and then you have it on your phone, so that from time. Oh, Erica, well done. 8 over 10. It's not bad. Okay. Oh, Juliet. I
Sir,
see you.
hello, sir.
Hello.
I think it will be part of the today's notes, right?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You see, what I sent you, did you send to the class the last time?
Yes, please.
Okay, so then we don't need to repeat the whole stuff. Okay, but yeah, but I'll be sending you the notes, so I don't think there's any cause for alarm. Okay. All right. So we have
Hello?
what? Yeah. So I see some scores.
Hello?
In. Hello.
Please, the last time the number you gave us,
Yes,
it was not on WhatsApp. I tried sending you my score, but it couldn't come.
Oh,
Or I wrote
that's-
it. Yeah, I
maybe
wrote
maybe,
Star
maybe
27.
okay 44915. Okay, so please, I've posted it there.
Okay.
Okay, I've posted it there. Okay,
I
so
wrote a wrong number. Thank you.
oh,
You
please,
go to wrong number.
it's my fault. Please, it's my fault. Please, it's my fault. Okay,
For
so
the ladies there, it is your fault.
it's my
Have you
fault.
please have you taken the assignment?
Yeah. Oh, some people saying some. Some people saying some answers.
I wanted
and
to send my then I'll send it.
don't worry. Once we are done, please. I'm always there for you. Don't worry at all, please. Okay. Yes. Franco, 9 over 10, subjected to pink sheet review. Okay. And Ponsa 6 over 10, that's normal. Oh, Vincent, your 10 over 10 will be subjected to review. Anna, 10 over 10. I believe you. I believe you. Anna, I believe you. I do. No matter what, I believe you. Yes. Yes. Any more? Ajungo, subjected to review. Okay.
No
Subject.
review. I gave the answers before even we started with the submission.
No. I don't trust your 10 over 10. Okay.
Subjected to review. That's all.
Yeah. Fidelia, welcome. Fidelia, I see you. Messi, 8 over 10. That's good. Well done. Okay, I think you have done very well. Yo, Ernesto, 8 over 10. That's good. That's what I expect. The highest the man should. Oh, Salama to 6 over 10 is not bad. Okay, I think it's my fault that I added some new questions that I've not taught you, but you've done very well. Proud of you. It's my fault. I knew you would have gotten 10 over 10. Well done. Okay, so I think you guys have done very well. So what we're going to do today is that we're going to talk about what? Terrestrial biomes. Okay, we're going to talk about terrestrial biomes and aquatic biomes today. Okay, so we'll start with forests. Okay, so these are big biomes. Okay, so we have the big ones like that. Okay, so we have the forest, we have the grassland, we have the desert, and we have the tundra. Okay, so this is what we're gonna take our time and then break each of them down. Okay, and then yes. Okay, so let's start. So you see, when you talk of forest, we have various types of forests. So we have the temperate forest, we have the boreal forest, which is also known as snow forest, snow forest. Okay, and then we have almighty tropical rainforest. Okay, we have the tropical rainforest, we have the almighty tropical rainforest. So these are the, when we talk of forest, okay, we are talking about, these are the three main types of forests that we talk about. Okay, so we will take them one by one and talk about them. Okay, so they are not difficult at all, they are very simple. So let's start with my temperate forest. So as you can see the pictures on my screen. Okay, so you see this temperate forest like that. What is it? Okay, so they actually what they are found between what the tropics and then the polar regions. Okay, so right after the tropics. Okay, so we have the between the tropics and then the polar regions. Okay, so in fact, when you are in Spain, when you are in the Spain and then Portugal, even some parts of the UK and such like that. These are the type of word. These are the type of, when you go to their forest, these are basically what you see. Okay, all right. These are basically what you see. All right, great. So we have the word. So we have the so these are the beautiful temperate forests. Okay, found between mid latitude. Okay, so the mid latitude is between the what? Between the tropics and then the what? The polar region. So if I should draw maybe something like that, let's see. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, let me see what I can show you on the globe. Okay, let me see. Okay, so let me take my globe and then bring it so that you have idea of what I'm talking about. Okay, so I want to take this. Okay, great. So all right, great. Okay, let me go back to my slide. Yes, so this is temperate forest. Okay, and let's see where they are located. All right, so if you look at the, okay, all right, so here, so these are where the temperate forests are located. Okay, so these are where the temperate forests are located. Okay, so you can see, so this is the, you see, when you talk of the hot region, the hot region, all right, the tropical regions are here. All right, that's, you look at the tropical regions, so you see the mid portion like that. These are the tropical regions. Okay, the tropical region, between this one we have the, let's say 30, look at where the Africa is, maybe from 30 to 30. Okay, the latitude 30 to 30, you can see that okay, all right, let's so look at where the equator is. So here, this region, okay, there's this region here, because you can see that Amazon is somewhere here. All right, Congo is somewhere there, Ghana is there, the Guinea forest is somewhere here. All right, so these, let's say this stretch here, that's a tropical region. Okay, this tropical region, and then just beneath that, so between the world, so when we talk of the Arctic are the very top here. Okay, the Arctic regions are very top here, so that is the top of where, the top of Canada area. Okay, the very top. Okay, the very top here, the Iceland. Okay, all right, so Canada, Iceland, and then the Russia here. Okay, like that. Okay, so that this very topic, that's Arctic region, and this down here to that's the Arctic region. Okay, good. So we have the word. So these, all these ones that I'm showing you, all these colored ones that I'm showing you with the colored here, these are what? These are basically temperate forests. Okay, so you can see that it's existing between the tropical forest and then the what? And then the Arctic regions. Okay, very good. So those polar regions, the poles. So when it does it, so look at that. So you can see that these are the poles. Okay, so we have the poles here, we have the big poles and stuff like that here, like that. So these are the polar regions of the earth. Okay, the very tip here, the very tip here, like that. They are the poles, okay, of the earth. And then the temperate forest is found between the tropic and the polar region, the poles. Okay, so it's more of the mid region between the two. All right. And what is it? What is it? Unique thing. Okay, so it's very distinct seasons with warmer summer and then winter and moderate precipitation. So you see that summertime in the Europe. Okay, so you can see my people are here, the UK people, they are here. Okay, they are hiding deep into the what, the temperate what, a forest. Okay, so they are here. All right, you can see that the quite Europe, some quite significant part of the Europe. Okay, quite significant parts of Europe is what, it's in the, it's having the what, the temperate forest. Okay, great. So they have what, they experience distinct seasons with warm summer and cold winter, and then they have moderate precipitation. Moderate precipitation. But moderate precipitation. For instance, if you go to Manchester, it rains a lot. Okay, it rains. Manchester and Liverpool, almost all the time it's raining there. Like almost all the time, there's rain is falling there. Okay, so they have moderate precipitation. The precipitation is not as high as tropical rainforest, but this word is moderate. Okay, and then in terms of when we talk of deciduous trees means that the trees that actually shed their leaves, okay, when during the dry season. Okay, so like for instance, during the summertime, if you look at these leaves here, okay, if you look at these leaves here, you can see that clearly these leaves are going to shed their leaves. Okay, you can see clearly that these leaves are going to shed their leaves. All right, if you look at the yellow stuff here, the yellowing, which means that in no time they will be shedding their leaves. Okay, all right. So in terms of the type of trees there, we have a mixture of deciduous trees as well as evergreen trees. So you have evergreen trees means that all the time, almost all the time, you see the leaves being green. Okay, and then the deciduous ones that you can see, if this one has turned into yellow stuff, it means that in no time they are going to shed their leaves. And this is quite something that you see a lot. Okay, in where you see a lot in the word in the temperate forest. So in the UK, you have you see this type of, when you go to the outskirts and stuff like that, you see this type of this temperate forest, very, very common. Okay, all right, great. And then variety of plant species. We have shrubs. I hope you know what shrubs are. These are the small woody. The shrubs are the small woody plants, and then we have the other flowering plants. Okay, and then as we said, receive moderate to high precipitation. Okay, and often evenly distributed throughout the year. Okay, so the rainfall that it receives is usually evenly distributed. Okay, almost throughout the year. Okay, and then let's talk a little bit about the soil. Has well developed acidic soil with thick humus. I'm looking at all these leaves here. Okay, all these leaves are going to be shed. All right. Okay, and the rainfall is not too high like that of the forest, tropical rainforest. Okay, it's not as high as tropical rainforest, where we will say that the nutrients are going to leach. Okay, so they tend to, you see all these leaves here, all these yellow leaves here are going to be shed, And if you are going to share these yellow leaves, when they share the leaves, what is going to do? It's going to be part of the what? The humus. Okay, so usually they have what? There's high level of what? Decomposition. Okay, and then because the rain is not so much, all right, they tend to have very thick layer of what? Humus. Okay, coming from these leaves, all of them falling into the soil and then decaying and then add their nutrients to the soil. Okay, all right, so the soil is relatively fertile. Okay, because they tend to have very thick humus. Okay, and as I said, the rainfall is not too high. That tends to interfere with what? That tends to interfere with drainage of what? Of nutrients. No. Okay, when it comes to the tropical rainforest, you realize that because of the high rainfall, the nutrients tend to leach deep into the soil. But here, the rainfall is moderate. Okay, moderate to high, and so the humus could accumulate and then decompose and become parts of the soil. Okay, so these are the beautiful pictures of of temperate forest. I know some of you will be traveling very soon for your masters and then stuff like that, for your PhDs and stuff like that, and then you'll be very familiar with these type of pictures. Okay, all right, good. So that is temperate forests. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about taiga. All right, now let me see what I can also get a map for you on taiga. Okay, location of the taiga forest. Okay, which we call what? Snow forest. Okay, snow forest. All right, so let me show you on the map. Okay, so so let's see here. Let's see, let me take this one. Okay, so when you go to taiga forest, okay, so the taiga forest. Okay, so let's see where is it located. Okay, great. If you look at on my map, you can see the taiga forest is just predominantly Russia and what? Canada. Okay, so this is what? Taiga forest. Okay, found in the what? Pula region. Okay, so if you look at what I have here, if you look on my screen, you can see clearly that the taiga forest is what? It's just what? Just two places on the planet. Okay, two places on the planet that you can see. Look at the taiga forest. Okay, you can see the taiga forest at the very top here, Canada, and then what? And Russia. Okay, that's where the taiga forest is actually located. All right, good. So let's see this. So these are the polar regions of the Earth. Okay, and then you can see that if you look at the size, you can see that Russia is having quite a huge amount of what? Of forest. Okay, very huge one. Okay, here like that. So they are actually hiding in the polar regions of the Earth. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about it. So the taiga forest is what? It's actually it's very cold. Okay, very extremely very cold. Okay, and look at the nature of the trees there. Okay, they are most of the time they are the pine trees. Okay, and so that's the subarctic regions. Okay, and then the taiga forest also known as what? That's the boreal forest or the snow forest. Okay, and then look at the trees. The trees are the conifers. Okay, those pine trees, the spruce, the larches, and the pines. Look at that. So look at the beautiful pine trees here. Look at the pine trees. Okay, good. Look at the pine trees. Okay, beautiful. That's the pines, the spruce, and then the larches. Okay, and then they are characterized by what? So these are the conifers. You can see that mostly the pine trees are the most. Okay, and then as we said, snow. Most of the time you see snow there. These are snow areas. Okay, all right, good. And then they are located higher north latitude. Okay, as you can see from my map here. Okay, you can see the higher north latitude. That is where they are actually located. All right, and then they have colder climate for very long, harsh winter. Okay, the summer, okay, they have and then the summer is short. Okay, very, very short summer. Okay, so that place, if you go to those places, okay, in the world, in the okay, do you know what? I think I can even play. Let's see whether I can even play a video for you. Let's see. I should be able to do that. I'm coming. Let's see whether I could, so that I don't want you people to say this thing in abstract terms. Okay. Let's go to Tiger Forest. Okay. All right. Let's see. All right. Okay. So let's see the Tiger Forest. All right. So let's see the one that the video doesn't take so long. Doesn't take so long. Tiger Forest. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Let's see. Let me just play. Okay. Some parts of this one for you. Okay. So let's see. Okay. Let me start the video here and then I will share my screen. Okay. Okay, so now let me share my screen so that I'll just play some just few minutes for you to see the tiger forest, because I don't want you to be studying this one in abstract terms. Okay, so let's see. Let me stop sharing my screen. Okay, so okay, so my screen. Okay, so stop here. Okay, then let me share this one with you. Okay, let me share this one window. So YouTube. Okay, let me share this one. Okay, all right, good. Okay, so with this one, then let me play just a few minutes. Okay, I promise I won't consume much of your data. Okay, so let's see. So sad. Guys, so sad things.
Sir, the sound is not coming. Oh,
The sound, the sound is. Oh, okay. Um, great. So I'd wanted you to see um the the view of this thing of the tiger. Oh, where must okay, great. So you can see that the northern part, okay, the northern part of the earth, okay, the northern part of the earth is where the polar regions, that's where the taiga or the snow forest or the boreal forest is located, okay, and then characterized by coniferous forests, okay, and then we have the pines, okay, that's the conifers, the spruces, and then the lechets, okay, and then they are actually in the northern latitude, and as the presentation we just heard, that the word boreal simply means what? It's meaning that northern forest. Okay, all right. And then we have the word. We have the snow forest, also known snow forest. Okay, due to the snowy nature of the place, they tend to have very short summer. The summer is very short. Okay, and then they also experience frequent fires sometimes. Okay, they also during that short summer. Okay, that they experience. Hello.
It says your screen is not visible.
So.
Yes,
Oh.
from our end.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let me see. What is happening?
Everywhere.
Here too, everywhere.
Okay, let's see. What is happening? Okay, do you know where? Okay, let's see. Okay, do you know something? Okay, I'm coming. Let me see. Okay, let's see here. Let me turn this one off. Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, yes, Doc.
Okay, right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So okay, let me go back to this. Yes. So here, what is happening here is that we know that the boreal or the snow forest is actually located, okay, at the very north, okay, in the polar regions, okay, and you can see from the map here that you can see that predominantly this very top of Russia extend all the way to the very top of some part of China, okay, at the very top here. All right, and then we have after the very top here is predominantly Canada. Okay, all right, good. So we have this word, this forest. Okay, and then you can see that from the statement, the diversity in terms of biodiversity, only few trees can survive here. Okay, so it means that of all the type of forest, this one has the low biodiversity. Okay, so they have low. When you talk of biodiversity, you are talking about what? You're talking about the fauna, different fauna, and then flora. Okay, but this is a situation that only the plants there are mostly coniferous plants, the pines, the spruce, and then the birch, and then the fir. Only 6 plant species. Okay, so and then it has the word. They say among all the, for this has the least, okay, biodiversity. Least biodiversity, like different species, because the conditions are quite extreme. Okay, so the conditions are quite extreme. So only few organisms. I mean, can you imagine that we go into our forest and we can only see just maximum of just 6 different species of plants? No, when you go to our forest, plenty different species of plant. But here, it's just predominantly what the coniferous plants. Okay, the pines, the spruce, the larches, they can actually survive in this particular condition, and even their mammals. Okay, only few of them. So they, because of that, the tiger forest is a biome with the terrestrial biome with the least biodiversity. Okay, so when we talk about biodiversity, we are talking about those varieties of life forms. Okay, we shall talk about this one in detail later. Okay, variety of life forms. So that's the biodiversity. Okay, so we talked about where it is located, northern part of the latitude from the video that we just watched. Hello, please. Okay, so we have harsh winter. The winter is really, we can see from the video that you can see snow. So because of that, you can see that the organisms there, the plants there, they have nether-like plants, those Christmas trees. Okay, and it is good that they have nether-like with thick cuticle, so that the thick cuticle will make sure that the water, okay, the water there, it actually prevent the loss of water, as well as also preventing from freezing. Okay, that's much, because if you have thick cuticle, it will prevent the freezing of the leaves. Okay, and then as well as also during the hot conditions too, it's also prevented from losing water. And then you can see that if you remember the stem, the plants there, they have this sort of acropetal succession. If you remember that term, acropetal succession, whereby the plants, okay, so plant, okay, because the pine plants, okay, plants, okay, showing acropetal succession, okay, plant showing acropetal succession. Okay, plant showing acropetal succession. All right, so you can see that the plant is showing acropetal. So you can see on the very top, the branches down, they are bigger than the what the branches are up. The older branches are what are bigger. Okay, and then so it helps so that snow doesn't really accumulate so much at the top that could break the branches. Okay, all right, good. So beautiful acropetal succession in terms of on the plant side, the leaves are noodle like, okay, which is very, very good, okay, for them to survive in what in the colder climate. Okay, so usually extreme temperatures, hot temperature and then cold conditions, all of them tend to be characterized by what? By reduced leaf size. Okay, because if your leaves are very big in very cold weather, you are likely to freeze. Your inner tissues are likely to freeze. But so these ones are pine, so the leaves are more needle-like. If you look at the way the Christmas trees, the way they look like, okay, they are more like of a needle type. Okay, all right, good. And then in terms of precipitation, even though the place is cold, okay, there are very little precipitation. When we talk of precipitation, we are talking about what? Rainfall. Okay, we are talking about rainfall. Rainfall. Okay, so rainfall is what we refer to as what? Precipitation. So usually they are characterized by very little precipitation. Like the rainfall is very, very low. Hardly do they even experience rainfall there. Okay, all right, they hardly experience. So one may ask that, how come? How did they survive? How did they survive? Okay, because you see, during that short summer, the soil itself, we call something permafrost. Okay, we call something permafrost, like that. Okay, all right. So here, this thing, because of the cold nature of the soil, so like it's almost permanently frozen. The soil nature, okay, like that is extremely cold. And because of that, so during that summertime, that short summer that they experience, during that summertime, what will happen is that some of these ice tend to melt. Okay, and then when they melt, okay, they actually when they melt, okay, that's melting water, which tend to moisten the soil a little bit. Okay, for even though the place is moist, it doesn't really rain that much. So that's defrost water is what is going to help some of the plants and stuff like that to survive. Okay, provide water for them, especially during that short summer period, so that some of them can fruit and then produce food. Okay, all right, good. So the rainfall here is very, very low. Okay, rainfall, okay, because usually it's what when it's rain and snow, the cold, okay, and then temperature, very cold temperature, okay, and often low evaporation because the weather is slow evaporation, because you know when evaporation is taking place to go and form the clouds, it's high temperature that tend to promote high evaporation. But when the temperature is very low, the rate of evaporation is very low as well. Like it's very, very low. Okay, so the temperature is very, very low. When the temperature is very low, the rate of evaporation is very, very slow, because I mean high temperature will promote high rate of what? Evaporation. Okay, and then has what we have what has nutrient poor soil. Okay, nutrient poor soil. So when we talk of nutrient poor soil, what are we talking about? So for nutrient poor soil, remember it's frozen. If the land is frozen, how do you expect the okay? So in terms of nutrients in the soil, it's not all that much, because the place is a frozen environment. From the video we just watched, you can see that it's a frozen condition, and such a frozen condition, you don't expect what? You don't expect the soil to be very fertile. Okay, and because of the poor nature of the soil, nutrients, okay, it actually limits the diversity of plant life. So only few plants that can survive here: the spines, the spruces, the ledges, the fir. Okay, all just few plant species they can work, they can survive, okay, here. All right. So because of that, in terms of biodiversity, they have the word, they have the least terrestrial biodiversity if considering all the biomes. Okay. All right, great. Any questions so far? Any questions so far? And then I place a certain picture here for you, some of the animals that are existing. I mean, look at almost these are almost all the animals that you'll be coming across in the tiger forest. Okay, all that much. Okay, not all that much. Okay, and you can see that they are even restricted with their distribution. If you look at their names, look at that Canada length. Okay, yeah, we have another one like let's say Canadian toad. Okay, so you can see that in terms of their even location, the animals, they are quite endemic. Okay, why? Because the conditions, the only few organisms, okay, can survive that extreme conditions. Only few organisms can what can survive that extreme conditions. All right, great. Any headache so far? Any
Hello.
headache so far? Hello, please.
Oh,
Let me
no.
hear from you. Hello, please. Yes, please let me hear from you. Please
I
let
want,
my lady speak first, and then yes, come again, my dear.
I want to ask the type of soil organism that can exist in that type of soil.
Well, that's a very beautiful question. That's a very beautiful question. In terms of soil organisms, okay. Okay, so let me double check. Okay, let's see. Beautiful question. No wonder it's coming from a lady. Okay, let's see. The soil organisms. Okay, let's see. Soil organisms. Okay, let me see. By that, so those will be fungi, basically. Okay, so okay, tigers get the you need is a microorganism can thrive anywhere. So let's see. Let's see the info I had for you. Okay, so not really much. Okay, not really much. Most of them are all microorganisms. They are all microorganisms. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so not really much. Also, the cold nature of it, okay, slow decomposition rate, low nutrient availability. Let's see. So let's see soil organisms. So let's see. So here, okay, look at what I had: nematode, protozoas, and then rotifiers. You can see that they are not really diverse enough. Okay, look at that. Because the thing is that most of the soil is wet. The soil condition is frozen. Okay, the soil is frozen. Okay, the soil condition is frozen. Okay, we can't get very large one because most of them are microscopic organisms. Okay, because the thing is that the soil doesn't have a lot of nutrients in there. Okay, due to what? And it's quite what? It is very quite acidic. Okay, the nutrients is very poor. The composition is extremely what slow. Okay, it's extremely slow because of the freezing conditions. Okay, so yeah, so few nematodes and then protozoa are likely to be the soil, and then rotifers. Okay, they are the likely organisms that tend to exist in the soil. Okay, but that's a very
So,
brilliant question.
so
Okay, yes, sir.
Doc,
Yes, please.
if you look at the conditions there, you see
Yes.
that they are not favorable at all.
Yes.
So what is the cause? Why should we be flying? If you look at our hours here, the better environment we have, a chunk of these things better. So why should we fly there? Why should we go there? What is
Okay.
happening? What is happening?
There is
Yeah.
greener. That's how the field is greener than here. That is all.
Yeah. So the thing is that you see sometimes well, they are developed world. In developed world, they have a lot of resources, and look at their conditions there, and still they've been managed to use this harsh condition. They battle this harsh condition for centuries, and they've been able to build what they have now. So you can see clearly that okay, conditions there conditions there is what is really harsh. Okay, I prefer this place to Europe, in my opinion. I've lived there for quite significant part of my life, and I prefer Africa because I mean,
Dog,
yeah,
dog, it will shock you that we even import rice from there. It will shock you. This one.
yeah, yeah. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. That is why this class is very important, because some of you here will become politicians, and you have to make decisions that will affect our lives now and the future. And so these are some of the things. I'm looking at even the video that we saw. Huge amounts of forest, snowy everywhere. Do you understand that? And here we have virtually everything. I mean, look at few plants are even surviving there. I mean, do you think if I go to Kapung Forest, these are all the organisms that I'm going to? Kapung Forest, even if I stand just if you even don't even go into the forest, stand the entrance of the gate of the forest, you will see within 10 minutes you will see like 50 animals within 10, just even where they are even disturbed, just even the entrance of the gate where you think that human intrusion is even disturbing the organisms. Even that when you stand there, you will see more organisms than what you have here. But Africa for you. So that is why you are here, so that once you're exposed to this type of knowledge, when you get the opportunity to make policies, then you make policies that will make our lives in Africa on Africans lovely, so that we wouldn't have to travel. Okay, great. Thank you. But that's a very good suggestion.
So,
Hello, my lady.
what I take is that their leaders are able to manage the little resource that they have. But unlike Africa, is the contrary.
That's true. I mean, when you have resources in abundance too, like even in Africa here, even in Ghana here, you can see that usually people who are very close to where resources are plenty, usually they don't really even go to school that much. For instance, you can see that, I mean, no offense to anyone, with all due respect, okay? If you can see that, if you look at our coastal community, some of our coastal community, you go there and that's why there's schools, and then plenty schools, like Cape Coast here, that's why plenty schools here. You see some people, they still don't want to go to school. Why? Because the sea is there, okay? But if you live here and you go to Ashanti region, you don't have sea. There's nothing like sea, okay, there, all right? So you have no choice, all right? If you move all the way to, let's say, if you move a little bit up from the sea region, okay, the resources are not too much like that. So you have no choice. You want to be educated. But where resources are also in abundance, people think that, oh, everything is there in abundance. Why bother going to school and stuff like that? So yeah, so it's also contributing, and then as you said, leadership crisis in Africa is one big thing. So that is why we are learning all these things, so that when we get the opportunity to make policies, and then and I think we all do make policies in one way or the other. You are teachers in class, okay, so you have to let these kids know that, you know what, Africa is a very beautiful place to stay if we are going to manage our resources very well, so that we don't necessarily need to run away. I mean, even tiny DNA work, you can't do it here. So you can see. So yeah, if we can put some mechanisms in place and make sure that we utilize our resources very well, trust me, nobody will travel abroad. You only go there for holidays and come back. Right, good. Okay, so nice. So let's move on. So these are the forest. So we talk about the temperate forest, we talk about the tiger forest, and the last forest we're going to talk about is the tropical rainforest. This is where we are. Okay, the tropical rainforest. Okay, so let me see whether I can just get you a map quickly of the tropical rainforest, and so that you see the distribution of tropical rainforest. Okay, tropical rainforest, rain. Okay, rainforest. Okay, location. Okay, tropical rainforest. Okay, so let's see the global map. Okay, so let's see which one. Okay, so let me pick this one. Let me pick from Britannica. Okay, very good. Let me pick it from here. Let me show you. All right. So you have the tropical rainforest. So the tropical rainforest. Okay, so let me take this one out. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is my tropical rainforest. Okay, so tropical rainforest. Okay, so this is tropical rainforest. So you can see our tropical rainforest. Okay, so that is the southern part of it. So right in the Caribbean area. Okay, and then the southern part of what? America. Okay, so in between this one, so that is so here we are talking about the southern part of America here. Okay, the latter part of the Mexico, and then those Caribbean areas, and then we have the Amazon. You look at the Amazon forest, very big forest. Okay, with quite huge parts in Brazil, and then Brazil, Peru. Okay, and then we can see ours also here. Ours also here. We can see the tropical rainforest right. That's right from the way, right from the southern part here. Okay, that is the Guinea. Okay, right from the Guinea. Okay, the Guinea-Bissau, all the way to the Congo. So this is so we have the Guinea Congo belt. Okay, this is the Guinea Congo belt, and then some parts of Asia, those Pacific Island, the Papua New Guinea, the Papua New Guinea, Malaysia, those areas, Papua New Guinea, Malaysia, some parts of India, those Sri Lanka. Okay, all those areas. Okay, so we have all those in Malaysia, those Pacifics. Okay, those islanders here. Okay, those Southeast Asia, all these areas. Okay, all these areas are characterized by what Philippines and good, all those areas. Okay, all right, good. So these are where the tropical rainforests are actually located. Okay, tropical rainforests are actually located. All right, great. So you can see, okay, we have tropical rainforests here. So they are found in naturally the equatorial belt. So you can see that look at where the equator is located. Okay, so you can see that between the tropic of Cancer and then the tropic of Capricorn. Okay, I think we say this one back in JSS. Okay, so you can see here that's where our the rainforest, okay, the tropical rainforest is located. Okay, the tropic of Cancer, the tropic of Capricorn. Okay, so between this one, the latitude, okay, these two latitude here. Okay, so here this latitude, the tropic of Cancer is here in the tropic of Capricorn. So that's where we have our tropical region, that stretch. Okay, that's where our tropical regions are located. Okay, so let's see what is special about this tropical rainforest. Okay, found in equatorial regions, where total rainforest, okay, is greater than 250 centimeters. Okay, or dry season is less than 2 or 3 months. Okay, so our dry season is less than 2 or 3 months. Okay, what is this special about the tropical rainforest? Well, most species are rich in biomes. Okay, so the biomes, in terms of biomes, like species rich. Okay, so here, I mean, like just what I just said. Go to Kakum, go and stand. Even UCC forest here, even UCC forest. Go and stand there in 10 minutes. You can count more than 50 species within 10 minutes. Okay, butterflies here and there, lizards, snakes, birds, mammals, snails, all those ones. Yeah,
Even at the southern forest. If you go to the southern forest, you can get some there.
Yeah, I think that stretch. I think almost all those schools in Cape Coast like that. If you at the southern this thing, Agri National, they have and then this. So those pocket Augustines do the same thing. So they have this nice pocket forest in there, and then they have they have animals that are liquid. And the reason is what? The reason is climate. Why is this tropical rainforest having this sort of rich biodiversity, species rich. Okay, so the species rich is because of what? Stable climate. The climate is quite stable. Okay, so you can see that warm. The climate is quite stable in terms of what? In terms of temperature. So the climate is very stable. Okay, compared to other ones. So stable climate. It has complex structure. So the complex structure is like different plants, different habitats, conditions, micro habitats, conditions, plenty. So in terms of even structure, the structure, there's so you can get to the streamline, riverline stuff there, organisms that tend to love riverline areas there. You can get some place, the place is warm. If you go to some place as shady trees, you can go there. You can get even the trees, they are in canopies. We have the upper canopies, so organisms that love to be on top of trees, they will be there. And then some people love the canopies, they are going to be there. So the emergent tree will be on top, the canopies, some canopy layer, the shade loving. So you see, in terms of the complexity of the structure, okay, it's very high. Like you can get even emergent where emergent, okay, emergent tree, emergent layer. You can get a canopy layer, okay, canopy layer. You can get to what the lower canopy, okay, all these one lower canopy. You can get a canopy. You can get what shade loving, shade loving what layer. Okay, so you see, so in terms of the complexity, it's very, very, very high. Okay, so this particular biome, in fact, the rainforest is the richest of all the species, the most species rich of all the biomes. And the reason is the climate stability, complex structure. Okay, in terms of this, you can see you can get different sections. But if you look at the taiga and then the temperate, the place is almost it's just one way. Okay, almost one way. But here you can see various sections within the word. So the structure is quite complex. Okay, and then productivity is very high. Remember, high temperature. Okay, high temperature. All right. So the productivity is very high. High temperature for what? You can talk of high temperature for what? For absorbing high temperature, and what? High sunlight. Okay, for what? For for photosynthesis. All right, so here you can see primary productivity is very high. Plenty plants are here, so that they are going to absorb sunlight for photosynthesis, and plenty food. So because there is plenty food, other animals will be depending on it, feeding on it. So you see that tropical rainforest is it's a top niche. Okay, all right, tropical rainforest is a top niche. All right, great. Tropical rainforest is a top niche. Okay, great. And then we have what? So we have so plants usually have what? Broad leaves. Okay, why is it that they don't have needle-like leaves? Why is that they don't have needle-like leaves? Yes, what is the reason for that? Yes, why is it they don't have needle-like leaves, please? Okay, why is it they don't have needle-like leaves? Any suggestion from the audience? Any
Hello,
suggestion?
sir.
Maybe
Hello,
they need sunlight.
yes. Okay. Please don't say the answer that my lady is going to say. My lady, let me hear you from you first before the gentleman will talk. Yeah.
I was going to say that they have broad leaves so that they will trap the energy from the sunlight for photosynthesis.
Excellent. Hey, gentleman, why is it that you want to say the answer my lady is going to say? You are one. This is your first.
Hello, sir.
They copy it.
Hello, sir.
Yes, actually.
Don't you think we are doing gender assassination?
I don't even understand the expression you gave. Who said I can? Ajaba, who said I can?
You keep
Also,
on explaining it like that, sir.
my lady is going to say, my lady has just said, say, she's coming to say her answer. Then no, you quickly just actually say the answer. And then you think I should give the credit to you. Oh, the way you even said that broad leaves to absorb, capture sunlight. Beautiful answer. Answer can
Don't worry, don't worry. We will form our gang.
TJ, doctor is down by
you can go and bend the sea. You can go and bend the sea. The sea is not far from your house at Tema. Okay, it's not far from you. Okay. All right. So we have the word. We have the older leaves are shed throughout the year. Okay, but no season where leaves are completely lost. Okay, you see where the place where that we can lose the leaves completely. That's where we can talk of what deciduous. Okay, that's where we can talk of deciduous word, deciduous forest. Okay, we do have deciduous forest. Okay, we do have it. Okay, when you move away from the tropical rainforest, a little bit up is deciduous. Let's say going to the middle belt up. When you move a little bit up from Ashanti region to Brongahafo region in our part of in Ghana, we have deciduous forest, okay, whereby deciduous means that they shed their leaves. Okay, here it's only the older leaves that are shed, okay, that are shed. But throughout the season, you see that the leaves are usually green, and then it's no when you go to tropical rainforest, it doesn't happen that all the leaves are completely lost. No, you wouldn't see that. Okay, so that is why we call it evergreen. Okay, so you see that most of only few leaves will be dropping, the few will be dropping. All right, so you will never see that a season within a particular season or even dry season, all the leaves are completely lost. No, it doesn't happen for the tropical rainforest. Okay, all right, and we know that the tropical rainforest is rich in species due to what climate stability, a complex structure, okay, and then high productivity. Okay, high productivity, high rainfall. Okay, high rainfall, and then what? High rainfall, high temperature, high sunlight intensity. So all these things will promote what? Will promote photosynthesis. Okay, to okay. All right, beautiful. Okay, good. Now let's talk about average temperature. Okay, so temperature annual is between what 20 to 25 nearly. Okay, 20 to 25. Okay, all right. So that is the annual average. Okay, please, we are talking about annual average. Okay, this we are talking of average. So which means that when you take right from January all the way to December, and then you compete for the average, okay, usually you get it between what 20 to 25 in tropical rainforest. Okay, so if you go to Kakum National Park area, and then you want to take the temperature there, it's within the annual temperature that they record from January to December. The average of it will be between 20 to 25 degrees Celsius. Okay, all right, 20 to 25 degrees Celsius. All right, great. And then we talk of what? We talk of the precipitation. Precipitation is the rainfall. Okay, so evenly distributed throughout the year, and then greater than 200 centimeters. Okay, so usually it rains when you go to tropical rainforest. There is almost rain all the time. Okay, I have sampled in Azim before, and then yeah, in fact it was okay from that stretch when you go to like that part of western region from Isiama all the way there. Anytime that I will pass that place, then it's raining. There was a time that I was really quick by the rain there. Okay, from that Azim all the way, like Azim to there's this town Hafasni area. Okay, all the in name like on in name. Okay, in name Elibo, that stretch from okay, that stretch all the way Tikobu 1, Tikobu 2, that stretch from western region. You can see that like the rain will shoot you right now. Okay, so yeah, there's high evening precipitation throughout the year. Okay, and then okay, so good. So let's see the nature of the vegetation. So you can see that the trees, great species diversities. I mean, go to Ankasa Forest and see what. If you go to Ankasa Forest, come to Kapun Forest, go to Asun Atandanso Forest, okay? Like beautiful, you can see beautiful trees all over the place, okay? All right, okay, good. This one, I don't think I need to show you video of it because we live in it. Okay, maybe I can show you maybe small video. When we go on break, I'll put some video on so that King Bashiru, and then Tijani, who are in the north, and they hardly see
They have not
forest.
seen forest before.
Not seen forest.
We've been seeing forest.
Who
Too.
told you?
Direct say,
Ghana,
They have seen
Ghana,
forest on
Ghana,
TV. You've not
where did
entered
you see
forest
the
before.
forest? Ghana, where did you see the forest? You saw it on television. I will play the television now for you.
Nobisco forest is
They have not
there.
entered forest before.
So, my ladies, don't worry. We're planning for my ladies. Salama to you and co, please. I'll plan beautiful excursion for the ladies so that you come and then when you go to those areas, okay. So my ladies, don't worry, okay. We plan beautiful excursion for you alone, okay, not the gentlemen. I don't know where Bashiru and Tijani saw the forest in the north, but yeah, I assume it's true.
The forests are everywhere.
No, I know. Forest, TJ, and they saw and Bashiru saw the forest in their dreams. Okay, yeah, it's yeah. You think what is in there? What is in Mole National Park is a forest. So yeah, I know. Yes. That's true. Okay. My ladies in the north, don't worry. I'll plan beautiful excursion for you. Or when you come for your graduation, I will volunteer. Get you drivers around, all the beautiful forest around. Okay, all right, okay. Don't worry, the bill is on me. Okay, so that you see the beautiful forest around. Okay, the gentleman, please, you on your own. Okay, please, you on your own. Right, great. So let's see in terms of vegetation. In terms of vegetation, great species diversity. Okay, so we have plenty trees. Look at that, plenty trees. You see. So you can say within a plot of what? You see a plot of 100 by 100 meters, you will see more than 200 species of trees. Okay, within area of what? Area of 100 by 100. Like, I mean, 100 plots by 100 plots. You will see over 200 tree species. Meanwhile, when we were talking about tiger, we're just talking about the place is just dominated by pines. Okay, just the pines, the spruce, and the. But here we are talking about within 100 by 100, 100 by 100 meters of area. Okay, all right. You are going to see what? You are going to see over 200 species of trees. Okay, good. All right, and then you have this distinct continuous canopy forming. Okay, all right, the tree canopies, all right, forming. Okay, very beautiful tree canopies forming. Okay, formed by few. Then we have the extremely large trees. Those are the emergent trees. Okay, I will just show you a picture very soon. Okay, those are extremely large trees. Okay, they are few. You can see that. Like, if you look at my picture here, these are the look at the emergent layer, the canopy layer, the understory layer, the forest floor layer. Look at that. Look at how complex this thing is. Okay, look at it, very complex. Okay, so you can see the few emergent. We have the canopy. We have the understory layer. We have the forest floor. Okay, so these are all different planes. So distinct and continuous canopy formed by what? Few extreme large trees, allowing little light penetration here. Okay, so you can see that when it comes to the canopy region here, look at that. So the light penetration is not all that much at the canopy region. Okay, and then we have the what? We have the vines. You see the vines. You see the epiphytes. Okay, you even see the lineage, okay, the lineage and stuff like that. You can get small trees, shrubs, herbs occupy space between the canopies and then the ground, okay, and then providing habitat suited for different. So here, all that's the complexity of it. So you see all these sections, all these various layers, different organisms are actually occupying different layers. Okay, so look at that. So you have different organisms will be here, different organisms will be in the canopy layer, different organisms will be in the understory layer, different organisms will be in the forest layer. Okay, in the forest layer. Okay, so you can see, so this is the complexity that we were talking about it previous, the complex structure in the world, in the forest, in the tropical rainforest. Okay, that is actually the tropical forest, not necessarily the tropical forest, actually contributing to the what, contributing to the species rich, okay, nature of the world, of the bio. Okay, look at that emergent. Okay, all right. So we have the emergent trees. So different organisms will occupy here, different organisms will occupy here, different organisms will occupy here, different organisms, and even the soil itself, different, even within the soil, it's a different organisms to be occupying there. So all these one actually contribute to the complexity of what, of the forest, tropical forest. Okay, tropical forest biome. Okay, all right, great. Now let's see the animals. If you look at the animals, you can get all manner from birds. What have you? Name them. Snails. Okay, snails. All animals are there. I mean, snails. Okay, the crabs. You would get name them. All of them are there. All of them are there. Big mammals, small mammals, insects, plenty of them. Okay, if you go and stand in Kakum right now, Ankasa Forest, you will see plenty of these species, plenty of them. Okay, and then the plants from ferns to more. No, I have to bring this one first. Okay, yep. From the ferns to the what? To the from the mosses to the ferns to the cycads. Okay, to the cycads. Okay, the cycads. Okay, all of them, all the very plenty, big trees, those big trees, big trees, okay, big trees, and okay, trees like the cedar, like the mahogany, the cedar plants, all these plants, big trees, different ones. So in terms of diversity, they are all over the place. And remember, I gave 3 reasons for their rich diversity. One of them is the stable climate in terms of temperature, light, and then what, rainfall. And then we also added that the complexity of the structure. When we talk about the complexity, we are talking about these things. Okay, the way we have the emergence layer, canopy layer. Okay, and then the understory, forest floor. And then the last one that we added was what? Was high primary productivity. So primary productivity is very high. Okay, primary productivity is very high. And so because of what? High primary productivity. Okay, so because of the high primary productivity, okay, so yeah, so high primary productivity. All right, good. So there's high primary productivity. Okay, great. And then what? So we have the grassland. Okay, so we have the grassland. Okay, we have the grassland here. Okay, we have the grassland. All right, we have the grassland. And then when it comes to the grassland, what is it about the grassland that you must know? Okay, now but let's try to do recap. Let me try to do recap of the rainforest, the forest. Okay, the tropical rainforest. Okay, the tropical forest here. Okay, so let's try to do recap before we move on to. Okay, so you can see that in terms of biodiversity, the tropical rainforest has the richest. Okay, the tropical rainforest has the richest. Okay, or highest bio diversity. Oh, look at me. Biodiversity. Okay, so biodiversity is talking about what? The variety, okay, the variety, okay, and then the word okay, of what? Of life forms. Okay, we shall talk about this one much in detail. Variety of life forms, that's in terms of where, for instance, like the plants, e.g., the plants and animals, and prokaryotes and prototypes, all those ones, okay, prototypes and all those ones, okay, prokaryotes, okay, all various life forms, okay, all right, all various life forms together, okay, okay, all right, great. So yeah, so fungi, those mushrooms, okay, fungi and co, all these ones, fungi and co. All right, good. So that is great here. Okay, that is great. So that is that for this one. Okay, good. So here in terms of biodiversity, the rainforest, then we talked about the soil. Why the soil? The soil is wet. And then we mentioned the soil is wet. The tropical rainforest, what, despite all these beautiful stuff that we talked about, tropical rainforest, rainforest, okay, soil is poor in nutrients. It's poor in, okay, it's relatively poor in what? In nutrients. And what is the reason for that? Poor in nutrients. Can you give me the reason? Nutrients. I think I've given the reason. Poor in nutrients. Why?
Because of higher rainfall, it leads to leaching
It
of
leads
the nutrients.
the nutrient down.
Okay, great. So high rainfall, okay, causes the leaching of nutrients. What else again? Okay, what else again? Okay, and then there's high rates of what? High rates of decomposition because of high temperature. Okay, high rates of decomposition. So the decomposition. So the what? The nutrients tend to deplete. High rates of decomposition. So the nutrients, the humus tend to what? The humus tend to deplete well, deplete quicker. All right, great. Okay, so the humus tend to deplete quicker. Okay, the high rate of what? Of decomposition. All right, great. Okay, great. So yes, even though forest, you know, there is beautiful trees and stuff like that, but the soil is what? The soil is relatively what? Poor in what? In nutrients. Okay, it's relatively poor in nutrients. Okay, great. So this is that for forest, tropical forest. Okay, tropical rainforest to be specific. Let's talk about grassland. Okay, grassland is where Bashiru and co will come in. So grassland biome. Okay, grassland biome. And this grassland biome, we have two main types. Okay, when you talk of grassland biome, we have two main types. Okay, great. So we are done with forest. So in forest, remember we talked about the word. We talk about three main types of forest. What are they? We talk about the taiga, okay, the taiga forest, okay, or which is the boreal forest. And then we talked about the temperate forest, okay. So the taiga is the one which is close to the what? That's the polar regions, okay, low precipitation. The soil is frozen, okay, most of the time. Okay, then we have the word. We have the from the taiga, move on to another forest, which is the temperate forest. Okay, the temperate forest is between the what? Between the more or less the taiga and then the tropical forest. Okay, and then the last one is the tropical forest that we talk about. Okay, the next biome we're talking about is the grassland. Okay, well, this one you don't need to be told, as the name implies. Okay, grasses, dominated by grasses. Okay, that doesn't mean that there are no trees. If you go to north, okay, there are trees. Okay, so here we have the grassland. We have two types. We have the temperate. Okay, Okay, we have the temperate grassland. Okay, so we have the some parts. Okay, so the temperate grassland, and then we have the tropical grassland. So the one in the northern Ghana is what is tropical grassland, and then the one in Europe. Okay, the one that when you go to Europe. Okay, like that. Those when you go to the UK and stuff like that. The one you see there, that's the one, the temperate what grassland. Okay, good. So here, what is the difference between the two? Okay, so if you go to the temperate grassland, you won't see big trees. Okay, the temperate grassland, you won't see big trees and big shrubs. Okay, you won't see those things. They are almost complete absent. But let's see if you go to Senegal. I mean, I've been to Senegal. Let's see those let's say those tropical those savanna. Okay, let me show you a picture. You see that the trees, okay, the trees are very big. Okay, we have big trees, those guava trees. So let me take this one. Okay, let's say something like this. Okay, like that. Look at this tree. Okay, let's see this one here. All right, let's see this one here like that. Okay, now if you look at this one, okay, this is where those are baobab trees. Look at how big they are. I mean, look at that. Look at human beings walking here, tiny. Look at how big they are. Okay, so you see, if you go to those tropical grassland, okay, you see the big baobab trees and stuff like that. The shea butter trees. Okay, so yeah, so here. Okay, in the case of the temperate region, you won't see those big trees. You won't see, okay, all right, okay, you won't see these big trees like that. If you go to almost all those tropical grassland, if you go to some parts of Madagascar, you see these big trees. If you go to some parts of Namibia, okay, all right, for these ones I've seen, I think in northern Ghana, we have some there in northern Ghana as well.
Yes,
Okay.
it's there.
Yes, please.
So what account for the big trees in the other areas as compared to others?
Yeah, honestly, if I tell you that I know the exact reason, no. But I'll actually find out and let you know. Okay, but the temperate region here, the big trees. Let's say, why would we need those big trees? Let's give it to us assignment for all of us so that we all go and find out why is it that the temperate grassland, okay, doesn't doesn't have those big trees. Okay, I think let's all go and find out. Okay, so that's yes. Okay, it's a beautiful question. Why is it so? Because when you go to almost all the regions of the tropical savanna, you see these big baobab trees. You see you see things like that. Also big trees. Okay, all right. You see them. Okay, some big trees within, but you don't see that in a temperate grassland at all. And then so that's a beautiful question. So we'll go and find out the exact what is its evolution significance. Why is it that the tropical grassland has those shrubs and those big trees sparsely distributed? Okay, all right, great. Now let's look at something here. Now this one, clearly this one is what? It's a tropical word. This one is clearly a tropical savanna. Okay, this is a tropical savanna. Let's see whether I could get you some sort of okay, good. So let's see the template ones. Okay, let's see one that you're likely to see. Okay, good. All right, so something like this. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Yeah, hello, please.
Please, Yusuf.
Yes, I know. I want to pause at 9, so it's just 2 minutes. I know what you are coming to say. Okay, so let's see something here. This one is let's see this one. So let's see a picture like this. Okay, look at that. So this is a grassland. Okay,
My
grassland. Okay, good. So this one is a temp. That's the type of the temperate word. The temperate. Okay, okay. So this is a temperate word. Temperate. Okay. Temperate word. Savannah. Okay.
You see, mute your mic. You see,
Okay.
mute your mic.
You see. When you anytime you see if it's hungry, then you unmute the mic so that we hear.
just
Yes. Okay. So you see, we'll be closing very soon. Okay. We'll be giving a break very soon. So we have this one. So we have this is a. So you can see that you don't see those big trees. You will see few of them. Okay, like that, like one like that. Okay, great. Okay, but you don't see those big trees. Okay, those big trees, and then the trees you see can see. So one thing about savanna is that you can see that the trees are where they are sparsely were distributed. Okay, so in savanna you can see the trees are sparsely distributed. If you look at all my pictures here, look at the trees, they are sparsely distributed. This is temperate what the temperate savanna. Look at how the trees are just one trees. Okay, all right, this is like that. Okay, this is typically would be like Eastern Africa. Okay, like that. Look at that. Okay, just one trees within. Okay, this one is likely to be close to Yusuf in northern Ghana. Okay, so if you go to, let's say, Mule National Park, almost the dry season, the fire tends to come. Okay, quite a lot. Okay, if you look at this one, and in almost all of them, okay, please put your microphone. Almost all of them, you see that in dry season, because of the grasses, the nature of the grasses, the fire, the wildfire tend to come quite often. Okay, I think was it this year or last year? Okay, there was this wildfire in California. Okay, Los Angeles. Okay, so there's this wildfire in Los Angeles. Okay, so that's one thing about savanna. So savanna during the dry season, because of the grasses, the grass tend to dry out. So they say fire outbreak is quite rampant. Okay, so the moment during the dry season or the summertime, when the grasses are dry, then the fire will just set in. Okay, in there. All right, so let's quick one. So occurrence found in warm. We have the warm climate. Okay, all right. So the warm climate. All right, the savanna. Okay, so with rainfall ranging from what just 50.1. Okay, between 50 to 127 centimeters. Okay, large part of it is in Africa. Africa has a large part of it. Okay, and then we have the Central, especially Central Africa, like that. And then we have the Southern America. Okay, Southern America, some part of India, and then Australia. I mean, if you look at Australia from the map that I showed you previously, if you look at this map here, okay, you can see that if you look at the tropical rainforest, okay, so the rainforest here like that, you can see the vast parts of this thing. Okay, we have the savanna. Okay, we have the savanna. So here like that, we have the savanna, northern part of Ghana, like that. Okay, we have the savanna in there. Okay, good. Okay, so we have the so the rainfall is very low. Okay, we have the rainfall savanna. This one. Okay, so we have the rainfall. The soil is actually quite porous, permitting quick drainage of water and stuff like that. Okay, and then because of that, the soil is quite fertile. In fact, savanna soil, whether temperate or tropical, savanna soil is very fertile. Okay, very fertile. Okay, the savanna soil is very fertile, even though they don't expect much rainfall, but the soil is quite fertile. Okay, so temperature, okay, annual average temperature 20 to what? 20 to 31. Okay, All right, and then precipitation, as we said earlier on, okay, average is for we have the 76 to this, okay, depending on where you are, whether the temperature or the word, but can get as low, depending, can get as low as this, okay. So you can see that some of the tropical savanna can, the temperature can very the precipitation, sorry, the precipitation can be very low. Sometimes the rainfall is very low, very low amounts of what, of rainfall. Okay, all right. And then let's see the sharks. Okay, let's see the organisms. You can talk of the zebras. Okay, the kangaroos, the mole, the ground squirrel, the mice, the snakes, worms, termites. Okay, beetles, lions, and then sometimes, occasionally, you take students to a Kakum National Park and they will tell you that, hey, are we not going to see lions? Why do you think we can't see lions in the forest, but we see them in the savannah? If lion exists in the forest, what will happen to the lion? Okay, that's my last question, and then we go for a break. Yes. Why is that we don't have lions in the forest? Why should lions exist in the savannah, but not the forest? Yes, why?
Sir,
Yes, please.
I think in the grassland there are a lot of species that consume grasses, and they serve as prey to the lion. So I think that's the reason why they can't be in the forest. In there, their feeding will be very limited.
Okay, I get you, but what about what if they were to be in the forest too? There are a lot of plants in the forest too. That's the
But the grasses are few for those animals they feed on.
okay.
Uh,
All right.
Sir, please,
Okay.
I would like
It,
I also talk on the temperature.
okay.
The temperature in the
Temperature. Okay.
does
Not
not.
bad. Not bad though. Now, but can't you see that if a lion should stay in the forest, a lion will go hungry?
yeah,
What
because
do you
it can't climb trees to hunt.
Exactly. And then you see, a lion chases. You see that he chases the what? Chases the prey. Okay, the prey.
The
And in the
prey,
forest, you can't run like that too. Okay, okay. Lion will chase
no speed.
the prey. You see, in the forest, where will you run that speed in this forest? Those forests, those bushes, you can't run with that speed. But grassland, the land is almost flat and it's just grasses, so you can jump on the grass top speed, okay, and chase. But here in the forest, every animal is hidden. You don't even see them. They are hiding in the trees. If they are not flying up, they are hiding in the canopies. They are hiding in the emergent trees. Okay, they are hiding in the bushes. You won't see them. Okay, so if lion should stay in the forest, hunger will kill him. Okay, all right, great. Okay, but we have some forest elephants. I mean, elephants are still fine because elephant actually feeds on what? Feeds on it's a herbivore. Okay, it doesn't really chase prey. All right, but if lion should stay in the what? In the forest to go hungry. Okay, so leopard, hyenas, buffaloes, and elephant trees. Okay, good. So we'll give ourselves a little bit of break. So please, we are coming back exactly. Let me see the notes left. Okay, good. We are coming back exactly 9:30. Okay, we are coming back exactly 9:30. Okay, but before that, some people would like to stay on. So let me play some video for Savannah habitat for those who are hanging on as we've given ourselves a little bit of break. Okay, so let's see. Let me go to my YouTube and let me stop sharing this one. Okay, so let me stop sharing this. Okay, so stop presenting. Go to my YouTube. Okay, and let's say let me start with the forest. Okay, so tropical tropical forest. Okay. Okay, good. Let me see. Okay, good. So let me see the one. The video is not all that long. So that so tropical forest. Okay, good. Good. So let's take this one. This one, the video is just not all that long. Let's see this person. Okay.
If you want to cross again, you want to also cross back. Come on, you take your time. You take one. All right, just nice for you. When you are right,
Ernest, Ernest,
Next. Okay, so great. So folks should come and then we will kickstart. So let me go back to, let me stop sharing this one. Okay, so let's me bring my slide back. Yeah, share. Okay, great. Okay. All right. Can we kickstart? Desert. What is desert? Okay. So we have what? Is our folksy? Is our folks coming? Check whether my people are in. Okay, yeah, I think folks are coming. Folks are coming. Let me check whether my ladies are in. Okay, okay. Looks okay. Let's see. All right. Just a minute. All right. Okay, so if you look at the pictures on my screen, that is a desert biome. Desert. Look at that. Beautiful picture. Okay, look at that. Look at a tiny little bit of grasses here. Look at that. So let's go to the weather conditions. Okay. Okay, so here you are found between what distinct latitude. Okay, so that's the latitude what 30 north and 30 south. So let's see. So let me go for the map that I showed earlier on. So latitude 30 north, and so it's between here. This latitude 30 north and 30 south. Let me take this one here so that I can use it to explain what I'm talking about. So desert. So we have the desert here. Okay. Let's see here. So latitude 30 there. So between latitude 30 and like north and south. Okay, like that. Okay, so you can see here. Okay, latitude 30 north and south. So within that stretch, that we see the desert. Okay, within that stretch is where we see the desert between latitude 30 north and latitude 30 south. Ooh, where all the deserts are located. Great. So let's see. So here between what? Found between latitude 30 north and latitude 30 south. Okay, desert where rainfall is the main form of precipitation. Okay, so here rainfall is the main form of precipitation. Okay, so we can get to what hot desert. Okay, we have the hot desert, we have the dry, the cold desert. That's a form of where that's place like that. Okay, so so deserts here. Where rain is the main form, that's a hot desert. And then when snow is the main form, that's a cold desert. So let me take cold desert here and let's see how the cold desert looks like. Okay, let's say cold desert, cold. Okay, cold desert. Ah, this is what you call cold desert. Well, okay, good. Okay, so let me copy this one for you. All right, so here, good. So this is that. This is cold desert. No rainfall. This is cold desert. Okay, cold desert. And this one is a hot desert. Okay, this one, good. All right, so here we have the word, we have the, so you can see here, dry. This is the cold desert. Okay, we can even get more pictures. We can get more pictures like that. Okay, see cold desert. And get cold desert like this. Like this one. Okay, these are the cold desert. Okay. Oftentimes when we talk of desert, the only one that comes into our mind is the hot desert. But we have cool desert as well. Okay. Okay. We have so these are all cold desert. Okay. So these are cold desert. So here it doesn't rain. Water is just cold, but the rainfall very low. Okay, all right. So you have all these ones. So you have the hot desert. Okay, all right. We have the hot desert, and then where? And cold desert. So cold desert, here the hot desert is, we have only rainfall. In cold desert, we have snow, okay, as a form of precipitation. So here, while rainfall here, it is what falls here is snow. Okay, so you can see clearly this one is the very polar, the very poles of the earth. Okay, the very poles of the earth. And see, this is cold desert, no rainfall, no rainfall, and hardly you get rainfall here. Very, so here is what is the snow that falls. Okay, snows everywhere. Okay, all right. So let's see. You see that you see something like this. The penguin. Look at that here. Okay, you see the penguins taking over the place. That's a cold desert. That cold desert. Okay, so this is the very, like everything here, ice, everything throughout. Okay, this is the cold desert. Okay, this is the cold desert that you can get. Okay, cold desert. Okay, cold desert. Okay, all right, great. So let's have it. Okay, so desert, after desert is very, very simple. We have two types. You have the cold desert and then so in cold desert is the precipitation is by snow, and then in warm desert the precipitation is by rain. Okay, and then we have what? We have a okay, we have a so we have very low in terms of rainfall is very rare. Okay, in the case of like rainfall itself, very low in both cases, like that. Look at that. Okay, so let's do a little bit that. Okay, this is all cool. Let's see the warm desert, beautiful pictures. Look at that. Okay, look at that. This one likely to be in East Africa. Okay, so beautiful desert. Okay, so let's see.
Hello,
Okay, hello, please.
yeah,
Hello.
please, Doc. Yeah, please, where
Yes,
can we,
please.
which continent can we find a cold desert?
Oh, in the very top of the polar regions. Okay, let's see. Let me show you the map of it. Okay, cold desert. Okay, so let me show you the map of it. Okay, map of cold desert. Map of cold deserts. Okay, very cold desert. Okay. Cold desert. Basically, there's America and Europe. Okay, and then some part of okay, let's see whether we can get all right, great. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Cold desert. Okay, let's see. So here, okay. The cold desert, they're actually located in the temperate regions. Let me take a period. All right, location, great. Okay, great. So here, desert location. Okay, great. So here, the cold desert are found in just the temperate regions. Okay, very cold. Okay, so all right. So here that is the cold. So here I have two desert location. We have the hot desert. Okay, the hot desert. Okay, hot desert and where we have the hot desert. So the hot desert is in the one in white, in red. Okay, this is a one in red. Okay, so this is like Namibia to South Africa. Okay, this is Australia, hot desert here. Okay, and then this is a hot desert. So America some those Arizona to California, some part of California. Okay, Arizona to some parts of California. okay, Arizona to some part of California up to Mexico. There is this hot deserts there, and then Almighty Sahara Desert, and then the Saudi Arabia, okay, that part of the Middle East, and then the Horn of Africa, and then straight all these ones, and then the cold desert are this one. Okay, sometimes some books will use the cold desert, some books will refer to them as what as a temperate desert. Okay, so that's a cold desert. Okay, cold desert. Okay, so these are the hot deserts are the ones in red, and cold deserts. Okay, just a few predominantly in Europe. Okay, that place just snow. Okay, just only snow, and then you see the penguins, and then some you can see that some parts of some parts of America. Okay, not in parts of America. Okay, good. All right, so that is the cold desert. Okay, great. So let's see. Average temperature. Okay, daytime. That is a 37 degrees Celsius. So this is actually for hot desert. Okay, so this one is for hot desert. Usually, desert we normally attribute it to the hot one. Okay, recently that based on precipitation, the amount of rainfall that cold desert actually came into the picture. But for quite some time, okay, when you talk of desert, you're actually referring to hot desert. Okay, so this one, a hot desert, the average temperature is actually 37 degrees Celsius. So if you go to Dubai, I mean, you can see that sometimes those of you who have been to Dubai before, sometimes the temperature is very high there. Okay, so that is the cold word. That is a hot desert. Okay, so the Middle East, okay, the Middle East part of the planet. Okay, that is the Saudi Arabia, the Qatar, all those areas. Okay, you can see that the temperature there is this is the Middle East area. So right from the top of that, that's Sahara Desert all the way to the Horn of Africa. That's Djibouti, Somalia, Eritrea. Okay, all those one. Okay, those Djibouti, Somalia, Eritrea, all those ones. All the way to Qatar, Saudi Arabia. Okay, Kuwait, and all those places. Okay, in the Middle East here. Okay, these are all dry desert. Okay, all right, great. So the temperature there is quite is very, and then you have annual rainfall. Annual rainfall is very low annual rainfall, 1.5 centimeters. It's some desert. Okay, all right. Others could be slightly higher, 35. If others, okay, like the Sunuran Desert. Okay, so desert, hot desert, I would dwell more on the hot desert. In fact, the cold desert is recent terminology. Okay, when you talk of hot desert is the main thing. Okay, so high temperature, average temperature throughout the whole year. Okay, so average day temperature is this. And then the night could be very cold. Okay, night can go to 25 degrees Celsius average. Okay, and then precipitation, okay, amount of rainfall, okay, per year, very low, okay, less than 25. That's a very low amount of rainfall in the desert. Okay, all right, great. Let's see the animals there. Okay, plants and animals of the desert. Okay, so we have the cactus, we have this is all these ones are hot desert. Okay, hot desert. Okay, so we have the succulent, the grasses, the small shrubs. Okay, ostrich. Okay, we have the ostrich. Okay, ostrich, and then right, foxes, rabbits. Okay, all these ones are where they are all desert where they are all desert animals. Okay, rabbits and foxes. Okay, you have different species though. Okay, all right, great. Now, so what we're going to talk about, so cactus, after the cactus, the moment you see cactus, then you know that, okay, and you can see ostrich too. Ostrich love to be in where they run, and if you're going to be in the forest, you can't run that much. Okay, yeah, you can't run that much. So here, anytime they give you food chain, you see cactus, you know that we are dealing with what? The hot desert. Great. Now the question is, how are animals adapting to characteristics of features that adapt animals to desert? Desert has what? High temperatures, low, very low rainfall. Okay, high temperatures, very low rainfall. Okay, then okay, so how are organisms coping? How? Yes, any suggestion from the audience? Yes, please. Can I hear from you? My ladies, are you there? Okay, my ladies, are you there? Please
Hello.
let me hear from you. Hello. Oh yes, good. Please let me hear from you.
So, for example, plants on
Yes, please.
the hot desert sometimes have soft leaves
Okay.
that help them to keep their water during the hot
So
temperatures.
they have what leaf? Which leaves?
Soft,
Soft leaves rather. What's the meaning of soft?
which it helps them to keep the water during the hot temperatures.
Okay. Soft. Maybe soft.
Hello,
When
sir.
hello, I'm coming. So let's get BB's point to her. It says soft leaves. Where soft means what? Soft in terms of what? Like the texture of the leaf is soft.
Yes, please.
Once that one means that if you are that soft, once that one means that high temperature will cause you to lose a lot of water because you are soft. Oh, what do you think?
Oh, okay.
Okay, because you are soft, means the high temperature will finish you. Okay.
So I
Yeah.
also know that
Okay.
plant some leaves have thick cuticle. That's how
Okay.
they prevent
Okay.
losing so much
Okay.
water.
Okay. So let's go for the plant first. Okay. So plants, so adaptation of what? Let's see. Adaptation. Okay. Good. Adaptation of desert what? Plants. Okay. Adaptation of desert plants. Okay. We have what? We have a concept of a tick what? Tick cuticle. Tick cuticle. All right. Tick cuticle. Yes. What else again? Yep.
Dog.
Yes, please.
I will say
Yes.
deep root.
Of the
Deep root.
leaves. Okay. Deep root. Okay.
Yeah.
Deep root. They tend to send their leaves the roots deep, right? Deep root
Yeah.
system,
That's
right?
tap root
Okay.
system.
Okay. Not necessarily tap root. You could have tap roots, but you won't send it deep into the soil.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. What else again?
The presence
What
of
Yeah,
else?
can we also talk about reduced leaves?
Reduced leaves. Okay. So reduced
Reduced
leaves.
leaves, yes.
Okay. So some reduced. So leaves have been reduced into spines. Okay. So leaves have
Fine,
been
yeah.
reduced. Have been reduced into what? Into spines. Okay. Okay. Like the cactus. Okay.
Yeah.
Like the cactus. Good. What else again? Yes. What else again? What else again? Yes. What else again? Yep. Any more points? How are the plants there adapting? Yes. Having this tick one, I'm thinking that what about a tick? Let me select it so that. What about tick? What about the back of the stem? You can see that the back of the stem. If you go to northern Ghana, the back of the stem, they have tick what? Tick back. The back of the stem. Okay, so the back of the stem. Okay, the plant have to tick back. Okay, to reduce the rate of what? Rate of water loss. Okay, what else again? What else again, please? What else again? Yes. Any more points in terms of how the plants are adapting? Some of the plant, the stem are what? The stem, even apart from ticket screen, the leaves, some of them they have sunken stomata. Stomata, okay, the leaves, okay, leaves with what? Leaves with sunken stomata, so that they are not going to be deep, they are not going to lose a lot of what? Water. So leaves with what? With sunken stomata. Leaf with sunken stomata. Okay.
Hello,
Leaves
sir.
with, hello, please. Let me hear from you, please.
Can we also talk about calm photosynthesis, where some of the
Yeah.
stomata opens at night for photosynthesis to take place?
Beautiful, beautiful. So we can talk of those calm plants, okay? Those calm plants, okay? Those are calm plants. Can you give me an example of calm plant, please? Okay, so we can talk of, okay, well, some desert plants are what? Have succulent what? Succulent stem. Okay, those succulent, we call them what? You remember plant anatomy, phylloclade, right? Okay, all right. So we have the succulent stem. Okay, we have the succulent what? Stem. And then Adima, yes, please, you mentioned one. You mentioned one, yes, please. You mentioned calm plants, yeah. So we have some plants too. You have the calm plants. In this calm plant, the examples are the what? Example, you can talk of pineapple, pineapple, okay, pineapple, okay, pineapple. So these are calm plants, okay. All right, great. Any other points? Any other points? Any other points? Yes. Any other points? Yes. Any other points? Any other points, please? How are desert plants adapted? Yes. Any other points? Are there any other points? Yes.
Hello, sir. Can we talk about shrubs too?
Okay, shrub. After shrub, you find them everywhere. You can get different types of shrubs. You can have shrubs in desert. You can talk of shrubs. They are just a group of plants. Okay, they are a class in plant. They are small plants. Though they are not. They are woody, small woody plants. Any more? Any more? Any more? Sunken stomata. Plants are the plants with what? Plants with succulent stem. Deep root system, reduced leaves. Some of the leaves are reduced into spines like cactus. Calm photosynthesis. Calm plant photosynthesis. All right, I think enough of this one. That's not bad point at all. That's good. Okay, so let's see what we have here. Okay.
But sir, we didn't talk
good.
about the animals.
No, we'll talk about the animals. We'll talk about them. Okay. So let's see. All right.
Later.
So here now, root system. Root system that is shallow but extensive. Okay. So you say deep here. Deep. Oh no, it should be extensive. It should be extensive. Okay, it should spread more. Spread more on the surface. So extensive word. Some do have deep, though. Some tend to have deep, but that is there are not many. Okay, those are ones are a little bit close to the tiny streams along the in the way. Those tiny streams in the desert. Okay, but they need to have. That's what I'm actually looking for. Extensive root system, mean that it should spread. Okay, so let's see. Let me show you what I mean by that. Okay, so okay, all right. So let me. Okay, good. So let's say something like this. Okay, let's say something like this. Okay, so like that. This one is okay. So let's see very good image of what I want to show. So let's see. extensive. Okay, so this one is just a picture design. Okay, but let me. Okay, so if you talk of the extensive, okay, something of this nature. Okay, okay, good. So let's say if you look at this plan that I've shown on my screen, you can see that they are not really going too deep into the soil like that, but it's quite, it stretches, okay, wide. Okay, it spreads quite wide. Okay, so in terms of the spread, extensive spread of the root system, so that they can tap the what, the nutrient. Because usually there's not much water deep in the soil. Okay, so they have extensive. Okay, so that's the right word, extensive root system. Okay, good. All right, and then we have I put it here, reduce leaf surface area. The leaves are usually small. Okay, they have thick cuticle. Okay, so the cuticle will take care of the what? Okay, of the wax covering. So they have the thick cuticle. Okay, all right, and some of them, their stomata tend to what? The opening of their stomata at what? The opening of the stomata only at night. Okay, so opening of the stomata at night. Okay, so that's the some of the plant, they only open their stomata at night. So all these are mechanisms that tend to help the plant to do what? To survive. Okay, and then tap root system is also there. The tap roots. Okay, tap root system is also there. Like some of them tend to have this, like you can see clearly that the plants here tend to have tap root system. Okay, so that they can, and as I said, this one you're more likely to place that you can get tiny little bit of moisture. Okay, so they have the tap root system more. Okay, and those that do not have the tap root system, they usually tend to the root system is quite extensive. They tend to spread. So either the tap root, either you have the tap root system, or the what, or the extensive spread system. Okay, the extensive spread system, like the one we can see here, you spread quite a lot. Okay, like it's still tap root, but it's well spread out. Okay, so that will provide large surface area for absorption, and also help to also support the what, to support the tree. I mean, if you look at the height of if you look at the height of a tree like this, I mean, if you look at the height of this tree, you can see clearly that the root system should go deep, not just deep, but also should be wide. Should also spread, so that provide large surface area to provide a support system. Okay. All right. Now let's go to the animals. Let's go to the animals. Okay. Let's go to our animals. All right. Let's go to animals. Now, how are animals in the desert? Okay, so let's see, still on the plants. Okay, so something like that, cuticle. All right, and then so extreme conditions. Okay, so you can see that some of the things that plants in extreme condition, they grow what? They grow slowly. I think in general, okay, extreme conditions, what do? You tend to grow slowly. Okay, anytime you are dealing with extreme conditions, okay, extreme temperature, they go slowly to save energy or break dormancy. Okay, and growing rapidly when rain falls. Okay, so when there is no rain and stuff like that, okay, you try to so that growing slowly is the what, estivation, so that you can save energy. Okay, so they go and hide, they go into the state of dormancy. Okay, a state of dormancy. Dormancy is like you go into what low metabolically active phase. Okay, so dormancy, the metabolic active phase is very low. Okay, so you grow slowly. Okay, so that you can save energy. And then when conditions are favorable, then you grow rapidly. Okay, so you see that these are some of the ways that they're able to adapt, growing slowly. Okay, when conditions are extreme, okay, high temperature and everything. Okay, like you go into a stage of dormancy, and then when so when conditions become favorable, like when you break dormancy, when during the rain, then you grow faster. Okay. Okay, so the dormancy is the low metabolically active phase where the organism seems to hide. Okay, so let's see another thing too. Many perennials, so these are plants that tend to go dormancy during the dry season. So perennial are those plants that tend to go forever. So they go into the stage of what? Dormancy. They lie dormant, so they lie metabolically inactive. Very low. I mean, there's no way you can stop your metabolism, so we'll just put low metabolically active phase. Okay, so low, very low. Metabolism is very low. Okay, low metabolically active phase. Okay, that's the dormancy. And during the dry season, that's during the dry season. Okay, and then only grow when water becomes available. So seed generally heat and drought resistant. Okay, remain dormant in the soil for a long time. So their seed are drought resistant, and they will be in the soil for a very long time. Okay, they will be in the soil for a very long time for conditions to become favorable before they will come out of the soil. Okay, and start germinating. Okay, so the seed can go into the drought resistant state. They will lie down. They can lie down in the soil, waiting for suitable conditions to arrive. And when suitable conditions arrive, then they will break the dormancy, and then they will start germinating. Okay, and growing. Right, good. So these are the cactus. Okay, these are the cactus. A beautiful cactus here. These are beautiful cactus. Okay, all of them surviving in desert conditions. Look at that. Beautiful cactus. Okay, surviving in the dry desert. Okay, beautiful cactus here. Very beautiful cactus. Okay, look at how beautiful they are. Beautiful ones. Okay, great. Okay, now so let's see something here. If it is true that some, okay, so I wanted you to answer this one. Let me take my answer. Let me use animation. Don't watch the answer. Let me use fly in. Okay. Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes, please
Hello.
go.
Yes,
Okay, good.
Yes.
If it is true that some desert plants have no leaves, where are their photosynthetic cells located then? So that's the question on the board now. Yes, I need some of my ladies to answer this one. If it is true that some desert plants have no leaves, where are their photosynthetic cells located?
Sir, please, the answers are still there.
Is that
they are
so?
on the screen.
I'll project you.
They are on the screen.
Oh, okay. Then which means that, yeah, I'm sure Ajiman calls this one. Okay, I thought okay. All right, good. So what's that? So where are photosynthetic
They are located in the stem.
Okay, good. They are located in the stem. Beautiful. And this stem is what? Green and what? Fleshy. If you look at this one.
Packed with
Look at that.
chloroplast.
Okay, look at this one. Look at the cactus here. Let me give you time for you to observe them.
Charlie said the biscuit with cream sipper. I can feel the cream sound here.
Are you sure?
I can feel the. Oh, it's true. My ears are very sharp, so I can hear the crunchy nature of the biscuits.
It's not true.
Ajima salivating.
Ajiman, no, it's not true. I'm hibernate. Ajiman, go and hibernate, please. The weather is cold. So look at that. Look at all these big ones. Look at it. You can see all of them are green. So they're actually located on the stem. Great. Okay. And then these stems of fleshes will pack with what? Chloroplast to carry on photosynthesis. Okay, good. So how are they able to adapt to loss of water? They reduce water loss, okay, by what? The leaves, usually the leaves have been turned into what? Into spines. Okay, so since since leaves have high surface area in chloroplast, they are all gone. So the leaves have been reduced into spines. So once the leaves are gone, then which means that stomata, if my leaves are all into spines like that, look at that. If their leaves are into the spines, okay, look at that, look at that. So you see the stem that tend to harbor the what? The chloroplast, okay? And then store water in the what? The thick tissue. Look at this one. Look at that. So these ones, they store water. Look at the big, the phylloclade. You can look at this big giant structure here. Okay. Okay. Saguaro. So saguaro cactus. Look at that. Okay, look at that. This big one. So they store water in there. Okay, like that. This big one. Great. Okay. And then still capture sunlight efficiently. They capture sunlight efficiently. And like what we did in plant physiology, look at that. They are going to use the word, the CAM pathway for photosynthesis. They use the CAM pathway. And the CAM pathway, which means that they don't use the word. They don't use the C3 and then what? They don't use the C3 pathway. And then so they use the CAM pathway. Okay, so the question how, so explain how CAM pathway may be an adaptation for desert life. Okay, so well, I help you to answer this one as well. Okay, so this one like that. I help you to answer this one. So here at night. So look at that. Let me give you just 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute to see what is here on plant physiology. Okay, like that. How is a CAM plant, okay, adapted to desert life? Okay, like that. So let me give you 1 minute to see to make or appreciate what I have on my screen here. Okay. So this CAM plant, stomata opens at night. Carbon dioxide enters, converted into malic acid, stored in the vacuum. Purpose: minimizes water loss during the cooler, humid hours. Okay. Then daytime, stomata will close because daytime temperature is very high. And this closed stomata, the malic is what is decarboxylated. Okay. And then carbon dioxide released internally for Calvin cycle. And then photosynthesis what? Photosynthesis proceed. And remember, this malic acid is 4 carbon. It's a 4 carbon molecule, if you could remember. The malic acid is a 4 carbon molecule. So during the daytime they will allow the word. So this is the 4 carbon molecule, which is the malic acid, and then this malic acid will be decarboxylated, and then when it's decarboxylated, the carbon dioxide released internally for Calvin cycle. Remember, the carbon cycle is the dark phase of photosynthesis. Okay, and then the photosynthesis will proceed without losing water. Okay, because daytime the stomata is closed. The stomata where about 80% to 90% of transpiration occurring is closed. Okay, and once it is closed, what is going to happen? It means that photosynthesis will occur without you losing water, because it's not that daytime we said, oh, we need to open the stomata need to open for carbon dioxide to enter. No, in this case, they capture their carbon dioxide during the at night, and then they close the stomata during the day, and then they will, so the malic acid will capture the carbon dioxide will be captured, converted into what, into malic acid, and stored in the vacuum. And so during the day, where the when the sun comes on, then the malic acid will be decarboxylated, releasing the carbon dioxide for what, for Calvin cycle to proceed, okay, which is the photosynthesis. And then so in this case, photosynthesis is going on without losing water. And why is it perfect for desert life? One, water conservation. By opening stomata at night, can plant avoid what? Intense daytime heat that will cause massive water loss. Okay, and then efficient carbon dioxide is stored. Carbon dioxide is stored internally, okay, allowing photosynthesis to continue even when stomata are what? Stomata are closed. Okay, so carbon dioxide is stored, okay, even when stomata are closed, right? And then survival in arid conditions. So can plant thrives in an environment where water is scarce and temperatures are extreme. Okay, so here the process is occurring. Without wet. So can plants when we have dry places, okay, then we have what? We have these can plants here. So one is conserving water, and also it's making efficient use of carbon dioxide, because instead of carbon dioxide just coming in, no, it is the carbon dioxide is stored. Okay, good. It's making efficient use of carbon dioxide. All right. So that is the plan for you, and then the camp pathway, how it works, how it's very efficient in what, in deserts. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Class, please take note of this question very, very well. Examinable question. Typical one.
You're funny.
It's a truth, oh. This one, there's no way it was true. So please take note.
Why, Ajuman? Why? He's turning into a prophet now. All right, so let's see animals. Animals in the desert. What are the animals in the desert? Okay, so in the desert, the temperature could be very, very, very high. Okay, so some of the toad, you see, some of them burrow into the soil. Okay, so some of the small animals, okay, they actually burrow into the soil. They go into the burrows. Okay. Okay, they burrow into the soil, and then just to reduce the heat on them. So especially some of the toads. Okay, so those desert amphibians. Okay, like this one that has a great basin spade toad. Okay, let me see what I could get a picture of it for you, because it's better when you see the picture of it and when it sticks in the head. Okay, so let's see the toad picture. Okay, so there's okay, so let's see this one. Okay, great. Okay, let me copy the image here, bring it here. So yeah, so let's see the desert. Okay, the desert. Okay. All right, so let's see the desert. So this is the desert toad. Okay, so this is a great basin spade. Okay. All right. So if you look here, if you look at this toad here, they actually in the desert. Okay, so what they do is that they actually burrow into the soil. Okay, when conditions are hot, they go into the soil. Okay, so that they are not going to lose a lot of water. Okay, so when there is extreme heat or there's no rainfall, okay, they tend to burrow into the soil. Okay, and then when the rain comes like that, they return to mate, and then they will breed their young ones in the shallow water. Okay, so that's what most of them tend to do. So the quarters of the day, they tend to bury into the soil. You realize that, for instance, if you look at Elon Musk advocating for human beings to go to Mars, okay, he's saying that when we go to Mars, because Mars day temperature is very, very high. Okay, what is going to happen is that and the radiations are also high. What's going to happen that when human beings go, we will live under the soil. Okay, so that is what the other way. And then the next thing is what? Estivation. Okay, estivation is whereby, okay, so in cold weather, we say animals undergo hibernation. In hot weather, they undergo estivation. So estivation is where they reduce their what? Reduce, okay, so they reduce the metabolic activities. Okay, reduce metabolic activities. All right, reduce metabolic activities. Okay, reduce metabolic activities when heat becomes severe. Okay, so we have the reduced metabolic activities when heat becomes severe. And then we have the word, we have the this thing, desert mammals. So here those reduce. So in cold, don't forget this one. In cold weather is what? It's hibernation. In hot weather, some of these animals, small animals, invertebrates, sometimes they can go and hide. Okay, that one is not hibernation. That one is called what? Estivation. Okay, so they will go and hide. They will reduce their metabolic activities, and then they will hide when the heat becomes severe. So they can hide, waiting for suitable conditions to arrive before they will come out. Okay, so but in the cold weather, when the weather is very cold, that one, the animals will also reduce their metabolic activity and hide. But that one is not, that one is described as what? In cold weather, that one is called hibernation. Okay, all right, great. And then desert mammals may reduce their number of what? Sweat gland. You know, when you have a lot of sweat gland, that's how you're going to lose water through the what? The sweat gland. So desert animals tend to what? Tend to have reduced number of what? Sweat glands. Okay, and then their kidney. The kidneys that they produce are highly concentrated. Kidney that produce highly concentrated urine. So which means that if I'm producing highly concentrated urine, it means that the water in your body, what your kidney does is that the kidney extracts a lot of water from your urine. Okay, so when you have the kidney, the nephrons, the nephrons of the word, the nephrons of the kidney extracts a lot of what? A lot of water from the urine. Okay, a lot of water from the urine. A lot of water from the urine. All right, a lot of water from the urine. Okay, so we have what? We have the those desert mammals. So they have what? They have sweat glands. They reduce number of sweat glands, so the sweat gland numbers are reduced, and then their kidney tend to produce what? Concentrated urine. And anytime you, for instance, even human beings, when you don't have enough water in your body, the kidney tend to reabsorb a lot of water from your urine. So the urine that you pass, it becomes yellowish. Okay, so those desert mammals, you know, water is scarce to come by in the desert. So because of the mammals in the desert, they tend to have what? They tend to produce urine that is what? That is concentrated. Okay, that's highly concentrated. Okay, and then they have reduced number of what? Sweat glands. Okay, great. And then many of animals live in the desert. They can obtain food from what? Carbohydrate. They can live on, they're able to live on water that they can, okay, many animals are able to live on water that they can obtain from carbohydrates in their food. So let's take it this way, that if a desert plant, okay, if a desert animal, okay, tend to feed on the cactus, okay, they can actually get the water from the carbohydrate that they eat. Okay, so for instance, if there is the cactus that they are actually consuming, they can actually extract, they can get water from the cactus that they are eating. Okay, so most of the desert animals, okay, especially the mammals, they're able to obtain their water from the carbohydrates that they consume. Okay, and then many desert animals are light colored. Okay, so light color, know that light colors tend to absorb heat less. Okay, they actually reflect the heat radiation from the sun. Okay, so when you have light colors, okay, like the zebra and co, okay, what happens is that they tend to reflect some amounts of what light, okay, so that they reduce the rate of the amount of heat they absorb into their body. Okay, beautiful. Okay, any question before you proceed, please? Any question before you proceed?
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Hello, sir.
I'm
Yes,
listening,
sir.
please.
I read it from
Please go ahead.
somewhere that desert animals who store a lot of fat. Is it true?
Yes, I
Hello?
mean because you see, when you have fat in your body, they said they do what they store.
Lot of fat, like the
Come again.
camel. It's not as a camp.
Yes,
So
so
that
for
it
instance,
it
I mean,
into
if I
water
live in
and
desert,
energy.
yeah,
I
it
read
makes a
from
lot of
some book
sense.
that
Come again.
hello, sir.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I read it from
Mhm.
some book that desert animals store a lot of fat. Example like the camel.
Okay. And I'm saying that yes, it makes a lot of
Yes.
sense because you see, desert food is not
Okay.
really readily available like that. You get a point, right? So in terms of the organisms, they make productive use of nutrient extraction. Okay. If we are living in desert, if you get food today, the next rainfall will take some time. So you can even, let's take something like camel. When camel drinks water, it can go certain number of days before it will drink water again. Do you understand that? So the mechanism is such a way that everything about desert life, because the conditions that are extreme, is to conserve. And building fat in your tissue is a way of what? Of conserving energy. Do you understand that? So you build this chemical energy in your body so that in case you go for a certain number of days and you've not gotten food, then your metabolism will not shut down. At least energy could be obtained from fat, okay, to keep you alive. Okay. Please, you get argument. You get argument.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, good. Now there's one question here. So
Okay.
this is a beautiful question here. What is the difference between estivation and hibernation? Okay. The difference. Okay, so well, that is there. Okay, so yes or no. Okay, well, obviously I took yes. Explain here. So here, so this is the difference between the word. Let me give you 1 minute, okay, to see the differences between the two conditions. Let me give you 1 minute, okay, to see the difference between the two conditions. Okay.
Yusuf, please mute your mic. Be watchful of your phone.
Okay, thanks.
You see, because you've not seen forest before, you're always making noise with your door.
Come here. There are a lot of grasses for you to feed your farm animals. So come here, you get it.
Ajiman, what has Yusuf done to you? Masa, Ajiman. And Ajiman, have you been to North before? Ajiman, have you been to North before?
Yes, please.
Come on.
Where in the North?
I've been to Boliga. I've been to Buke, Yape. Oh,
Oh, okay.
Boliga, I was there for 1 month.
I've not been to Bolga before. I've been to almost all of them, but I've not been to Bolga.
Oh,
So
sir,
I'm yet
sir,
to
try and be at Boliga, a very nice place.
Yeah, I have to be there, honestly. I have to be
You will
informed.
enjoy their Fula and then their T-Zets. One of the
Oh,
best you
okay.
can get.
And then
Oh,
Pito
nice.
Rather
too.
of course, I don't drink
Pito.
Pito.
The pito
Pito,
is
yeah.
more
Rather of course, I
important.
don't drink Pito. One of the best.
No, yes, the pito is very important. God bless you. The pito. Yeah.
Amen.
And
Then
then the
try and
dog meat.
visit United States of Tamale.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Yeah, Tamale is a
Yeah.
beautiful place.
In
Good
fact,
setting,
very
big road.
conducive.
Very. In fact, when I was in town, I was so impressed. I was like, wow. Especially the first one I got there, I was like, wow, what a beautiful, well planned city, road network, beautiful. Far, 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 far. In fact, if you give me Accra and Tamale, I would choose Tamale over Accra because it's
Yeah,
beautiful,
yeah, yeah,
relaxed.
yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. The savannah
Yeah,
is leading.
yeah, 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 yeah,
The grassland
yeah,
is leading.
yeah. That's very true. Okay, so I think we get a difference here. Please make sure you put these differences in your head. Don't forget about these differences. Okay. Uh, so estivation, dry condition, avoid heat and dehydration. Okay. Metabolism rate. Okay. Both of them, they all decrease metabolism. Okay. Metabolism will decrease in both cases. Common in what? Common in the case of estivation, common in amphibian reptiles, snails, and the lungfish. And hibernation is mammals and some birds, some bats. Okay, all right. And then environment, dry or tropical conditions for estivation, temperate and polar regions. Okay, all right, good. So this is the beautiful differences between the word estivation and hibernation. All right, great. Okay,
And
so
a
let's see
beautiful
the
person
last.
too.
Ajman. Ajman, why some 10 prophets now? I dey beg you. I dey beg.
I do,
Right now,
I
we
do,
don't
I,
want to
I
hear
do work
prophet.
with, I do work with Episcopal Sankra.
I hear you. I hear you.
Mm.
Great. The coldest biome. So now we have the biome. One we call it what? Tundra. Okay, this word is a beautiful word. Very, very beautiful word. Okay,
Very, very beautiful. Tundra.
Tundra. Okay, very beautiful word.
I'm sure you
Very,
can
very
relate to
beautiful.
it.
Yes, very beautiful
I'm sure
word. So
your fans,
this
they can relate to it, Papa, Bashir and Frank.
exactly.
And
So if you
Isley,
look at
inside the
let me
kitchen.
go. If you look at the maps that I was showing, you see, if you look at when I showed you the let me go for the map, the first Earth map. Okay, look at this one. So let me pick this map here and bring it here. Okay, let me bring this one here. Okay, and let me bring this one here. Tundra. Okay, so yeah, let me bring this map here. Okay, so let's see. Now, if you look at this map here, this is the word, this is the tiger. Okay, you can see that the tiger is ending here. Okay, look at the tiger is just this side here. All right, this is the tiger. Okay, good. Now, what about the exact polar, the poles themselves, the very poles, like where the very poles here and the very poles here. Okay, all right. So that is where the tundra comes in. Okay, that one minus the temperature. Look at the one. These are the even the UK. This cold thing during winter we are crying. Look at somebody's temperature. Okay, minus what? Minus 40 degrees Celsius. That's how low the temperature could be. Okay, and if you look at the winter temperature, the winter temperature is just 18 degrees Celsius. Okay, so this one, let me get the tundra location for you. Let me get the tundra location for you. Okay, let me get the tundra. Okay, so I just want to see the for you. Okay, let me get the okay. Okay, great. So here, let me take this one. Let me see. Okay, great.
Within the Antarctic regions.
Yes, that's the Arctic and then the Antarctic. So let's say, okay, so let me pick this one. Okay, now this one doesn't show it so well. Okay, let's say, okay, Okay, so let me take this one, copy here. Okay, all right, this one is better. National Geographic provide very good one. Okay, please, the picture is loading, please, just a minute. Okay, great. So let me copy this one for you. All right, now look at tundra. Now, okay. Okay. All right. Now, so look at the tundra. All right, great. So look at where we find it. You see, very, very top here. Okay. So we have the Arctic. Okay, so that's the Arctic and then the Antarctica. All right. So look at the very, very top here. Look at that. That's the very top, the very pole itself. Okay. Look at that. So Canada has a mixture of what? A mixture of tundra at this point here, but you can see. So there's the Iceland. Okay, look at the on the very top of Russia, and then some small parts of what? A small part of the very top of Asia here. And then that should be somewhere China. Okay, the very top there. Okay, China, maybe China, Mongolia, those area here. Look at that. So this is the very, very top. So that's where the tundra is located. Okay, so that's the very top here. You see the Europe, very, very top here, the very, very, very top. Okay, all right, great. So let's see. So the tundra here, one thing about the tundra is this. Okay, look at that. So you see the temperature is very, very low. All right, look at the average annual temperature. Could that be that low? Look at that. That's very low. Okay, minus 40. And then the higher winter, okay, the winter is this. Look at the winter. Okay, so the winter still 18 degrees Celsius is our air conditions in Ghana. The maximum it can even go is what? I think is 18 or 16, 18. I think most of the conditions in Ghana, the lowest you can go is 18 degrees Celsius, I think, or 18 or 16 of them. 16, right? Okay, good. So I'm look at the lowest 18, the lowest air condition in Ghana, air conditions that we have in Ghana, giving us 16. Okay, and then their highest temperature they can get during the winter is the what? During the highest temperature they could get during the summer, during the summer is the what? Is 18 degrees Celsius. And the winter can go as low as minus 40. So averagely, look at that. Average temperature during the winter is minus 40. And then summer is what? 18.3 degrees Celsius. Even the small chilly weather that Ghana has become, Charlie, the boys are complaining, you know. So you can imagine. Okay, good. So here is the coldest. So that's here the very, very poles. Like, okay, so here this side are the tiger. Now the very top of the what of the tiger is the what is the tundra. So the tundra is a very top. So like we look at that Antarctica here. Look at that. Okay, great. So we have two types. We have the Arctic, okay, tundra, and then the alpine tundra. Okay, so we'll talk about them. Okay, I think the tundra is very popular because of what? Toyota, and because of one of the technologies for the bad boys like Ajemen and Co. Okay, so they've made the word tundra very popular. Okay, like that. Okay,
you see, Kingsley, they are synonymous with these terms.
No, they are not. The Bashir is a good boy. Bashir is a very good boy. Come on, don't spoil my man for me, please. He's a good boy. Bashir is a good boy. Don't do that. Okay. All right. So let's see what happens there. So you see, this are found in the Arctic. Okay. So as the name implies, okay, vegetation comes from very low growing word, perennial plant, very low growing. So this plant, they are there. They stay. The perennial means that they stay there year after year. But the point is that they don't increase in height. Why would they increase in height? You are living in extreme condition, okay? Extreme condition, and then the soil there frozen forever. Frozen. This is the permafrost, okay? Like that, forever. The ground layer below the surface is permanently frozen. okay, permanently frozen. It's not like maybe the tiger that you say that, oh, during the summertime when the temperature goes up, the ice will do what? Will melt. And then those ice will melt, and then eventually will moisten the shell for what? For plants to grow. Now, in this case, no, it's not like that. Okay. Okay, so for tiger, you can get summertime. Okay, the summertime, the temperature could what? The temperature could go a little bit high. That could melt some of the snows, and so that plants will get. But here, the thing is what? Permanently, the soil is permanently what? Frozen. Okay, so that's what you call permafrost. Okay, permafrost. Okay, that's a permafrost. Okay, so here we have the Arctic tundra. So vegetation very low growing. Look at that. Look at the place. Nice, white, beautiful. Okay, very beautiful. Okay, great. Like that. Permanently frozen. Look at that. Look at the nature of vegetation there. Okay, so these ones, they are the very, very tip. Okay, they are the very kind of Arctic Ocean, very, very tip here in the Antarctica here. Look at the very, very top here, like that. Okay, and the vegetation is what? So the ground below is permanently frozen, like frozen, down frozen. Okay. So now the question is, okay, so do you think that Arctic will have high precipitation or low precipitation?
Low
Yes.
precipitation.
Okay. Good. Low precipitation, very low precipitation per year. Okay. All right. Good. All right. So very low precipitation, very low precipitation. Good. Okay. So in terms of what? In terms of so Arctic receive very low precipitation, the Arctic tundra, okay, per year, but it's still wet. The place is still wet, just like the way we are calling the cold desert. The place is still wet. Okay. And what accounts for that? So so what I account for was the point that I've put here for you here. Okay. So here, even though there is what, even though the this thing, the precipitation is very low, okay, but the place is still wet. The reason is that, okay, beneath the surface lie permafrost, okay, a permanent frozen layer of shell. Okay, so water from the melting of the snow or light rain can't seep downward. Okay, you can't go downward because of the nature of the what, of the snow, of the shell. Okay, the permafrost, because of the nature. So because of that, it just stays on the surface. Okay, like the permafrost, because of the nature of the permafrost, water can't really sink into the surface. So if we're a big tree there's no way big tree is going to survive in what, in the tundra habitat, because you can't extend your roots. You can't go deep like that, not at all. You can't, because the thing is permanently frozen. And then the nature of this frozen stuff, if you are planting, your roots is there, you will perish. The plants will perish, because once it's frozen, there was no much oxygen there for your metabolic processes and stuff like that. So because of that, because of the permanently frozen shell, water hardly seeps down. Okay, so they just accumulate on the surface. So if you're a plant, you can't have that sort of work. That big plant that is need to extend the roots deep into the soil. No, it doesn't. So just that small surface thing, okay, that small surface thing that is going to work. And then cold word, cold temperature, very, very cold, low evaporation. Okay, so evaporation is very low. The reason there's little rainfall is that there is what, the temperature is very low, very low temperature. Okay, like the temperatures are very low. And in cold condition, you know that in cold condition the rate of evaporation is what, it's low. Okay, in cold condition the rate of evaporation is what, is low. Okay, in cold condition the rate of what, evaporation is very low. So yes, so even small amounts of moisture will linger around forever. You understand that? Like, because things will not evaporate that much. Okay, so there is not like here that water will just disappear, vapor will just disappear quickly into the high up into the atmosphere. No, here because the rate of evaporation is very low due to what? Due to very low temperatures. Okay, so what moisture amount of moisture tends to hang around for very long time. Okay, and during the summer, sometimes small melting of snows release water into the ecosystem. Okay, just the surface. So just few plants that they can just grow during the summer. Okay, but clearly you can see from these pictures that okay, Arctic tundra, the life there is very like just minimal life there.
Yes.
Okay, minimal life there. Okay, because of the permafrost. Okay, the soil is permanently frozen. Okay, because of the permafrost. Okay, very minimal life there. I mean, you can see from here. Look at that. If we are living here, okay, temperature going. Our average temperature during the winter is -40. Wow. In Russia and Alaska sometimes, and then that top of Canada, some temperature can go as low as -50. What? Okay, -50. It's not easy. All right. So yeah. So yep. And then let's go to the alpine. The alpine one is what? The alpine tundra is better. Okay, the alpine tundra. Hello, please. Yes, please.
It seems this particular slide has been updated. The first one we had, the reasons isn't there and some stuff. So I will wish that one to finish.
Oh no, when we are done, please, I'll send it to you. Sure. Once I've made notes in it, I'll send it to you, please. Okay, all right, thank you. All right. So hello.
Dog.
Hello, please. Yes.
What organisms are able to survive here too?
Yes, beautiful question. So we are coming to that very soon. We'll be there very soon. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes, we'll come there very soon. Okay. Great. And then we have the alpine tundra. It's when it comes to the alpine tundra, found at what high altitude outside the polar region. So this one found in what highland. Okay, like highland areas. Okay, here there is no permafrost. Okay, so permafrost is not there, but the Arctic tundra, that one permafrost is present. Okay, so this one they have what they are found in what highlands. Okay, like high altitude. Let's take it this way. If you go to, we have one alpine, popular alpine in what in Switzerland. Switzerland like that. You see, Switzerland has a lot of highland, and then France, some part of France too like that. Okay, so those highland areas, okay, outside the polar regions. So the exact polar regions are where the tundra, the Arctic tundra is located, and then we have this high altitude. Okay, those high altitude areas. Okay, outside the polar regions tend to have what alpine vegetation. Okay, so these are if you look at it, if you look at this one here, this are the so when you go to Switzerland, okay, Switzerland is quite notable of this alpine stuff, and then some part of France, okay, some parts of France like that they also have this type of so on highlands. Okay, this one is outside, it's a tundra, but this tundra is outside the polar regions, not the Arctic tundra. Okay, they are not in the polar regions. Okay, and these ones you can see that they also still have low growing shrub, rosettes, okay, and then some perennials and some grasses. Okay, but you can see there's much life here. Why? Because there's no permafrost. Okay, all right, present. Okay, all right, great. All right, no permafrost present. Okay, we even have more of another one. We call something like tropical alpine tundra. You see, if you talk of tropical alpine tundra, which means that this alpine is what? Remember, you see, it's outside the region, so it could be anywhere on this earth. Are you with me? Okay, but they exist on highlands. Okay, so if you go to maybe Kilimanjaro, okay, if you go to the Kilimanjaro, if you go to Kilimanjaro, another place, like that, those places. Okay, where?
Mountain Everest.
Okay, yeah, make good Everest area, good Everest, and then there's another one. Yeah, Afejato may have. Afejato may have not too high enough, but it's not bad. Okay. So those ones like that. So you see, they are just existing what high altitude, like they are existing in regions, elevated regions. So those elevated regions like that, snows don't. If you are in tropical region, so here if it is tropical alpine tundra, okay, it's called alpine because it's outside the polar region. Okay, it's not it's not in the polar region. Okay, when it's not in the polar region. So this type of what tundra is found in what is found in elevated regions, okay, the high altitude, like if you go to Everest, the K2 mountains, the Napa, there's this in Indies. When you go to Southern America, there's this highland area in Southern America as well, Chile area. There's this highland there. Okay, so yeah, so those areas, okay, those elevated areas, they have this word, they have the alpine word, the alpine tundra. Okay, so that you can see that there the temperature there is very cold. The temperature there is not so warm like the tropical one like that. Of course, the tropical region. If it's a temperate region, maybe there's permafrost, but okay, not all the temperate region ones even will have the permafrost. Okay, the tropical region there, you know that there's no permafrost at all. Okay, like the tropical region, some may have some small. Like for instance, if you go to Mountain Everest, okay, Mountain Everest, we don't have snow in Mountain Everest. Okay, all right, but if you go to Nepal, I said mountain. Sorry, Mountain Kilimanjaro here, okay, in Tanzania, there's no snow on it. But if you go to Everest, there's snow on it. Okay, if you go to Everest, as you go higher on top of the Everest, they have the snow, because it's not really typical tropical area like that. It's more of subtropical to the temperate type. Okay, but if you go to, let's say, Afejato, Kilimanjaro, they are tropical alpine. In tropical alpine, you don't expect the soil to be permanently frozen. Okay, so for tropical alpine tundra, there's no permafrost. The temperate one may have. Okay, if you, for instance, if you go to the Switzerland one, okay, let me see the Swiss, let me see the French, okay, okay, so let's see the French alpine like that. Okay, so okay, okay, so olives. Okay, so let's say something like this. Okay, so those olives. Okay, let's say so something like this. Okay, let's see something like that. Copy the image. Okay, copy the image here. So here, if I bring this one here like this, if I bring this one here like that, if I bring, so look at this one, so you can see that there's the French one. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So let me enter into a new slide. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so you can see that some parts here they are covered by snow. Okay, some parts are covered by snow. Okay, if you look here, like that, some parts are covered by snow. Okay, let me see what I can get a Swiss one for you. Okay, Swiss. Okay. Yeah, Switzerland has a lot of this sort of alpines. Okay, so it's a Swiss Alp. Okay, like that. So winter. Okay, so here like that. So let's see. So copy the image. Okay, good. So let's see the Swiss one as well. Let's see the Swiss one. So here like this. Okay, look at that. So here, so these are the elevated parts. They elevate those highlands. So the elevated parts of the highland, okay. Because Swiss is in temperate region. So I mean, during the summertime, the place will look like that. But during the winter, you can see that the top here, okay, you can see snows on top of the way, on top of the on the highlands, okay. So the difference between the word, the Arctic tundra and then the alpine tundra is that alpine tundra is outside the polar region, okay, it's outside the polar region. But in all cases, the alpine, okay, exists in what high altitude, okay. We see them in highlands, okay, great. All right, now let's see the quick adaptation from the question that it. Now let's see the adaptation here. You see, so what sort of plants will survive in what? What sort of plants will survive in plants and animals that will survive here? So let's see plants. So plants may go dormant during the cold winter. Okay, so for the tundra, so in both cases, now the temperature there is cold. Okay, so here, which means that the plants may go dormant during the what? The cold winter period. And then when the summer comes, the summer is very short though. Okay, so during that warm summer, then quickly they will make use of the small soil that will be available, that all the ice is going to melt from there. That small surface soil that the ice will make it that the melting of the ice will make available. They will use it to produce quickly. Okay, so you can see that we don't really have tall trees there. If you look at the pictures here, all right, so this is more or less the summertime that you're going to see this. Okay, look at it, they don't really have much of tall trees, especially the Arctic tundra. Okay, all right, and then they also have protective layers such as what? Thick hair. All right, thick hair protecting from cold wind, and then what? And desiccation. Okay, so they also have, because there's not so much water there, okay, so because of that, they also have what? They have a thick hair, okay, protecting them from what? From desiccation, okay, all right. And then we have what? Some plants retain old leaves, okay, rather than dropping them, okay. So some plants also tend to what? Tend to have old leaves, okay, so they won't drop the old leaves, okay, so that's providing protection from the cold, okay. So some plants retain old leaves, okay, rather than dropping them, so that they can protect themselves from the cold, okay. And then if you look at the animals, okay, if you look at the animals here, okay, you can get thicker coats, okay. If you look at, look at the pictures here, okay, you can see, look at the pictures here, okay, look at the pictures here, okay, look at those, look at them, okay, the foxes, okay. After this fox, you can, after this this sort of, you can't even see it. It's really blending with the environment. So they have thicker coat for insulating their body from what? Heat loss, okay, due to the cold and strong wind. Okay, we can talk of what? Compact body. Okay, so you see that they have compact, they are not all that tall. Okay, you know, most of the time, height has something to do with temperature. Places that the temperature is very high, usually they are very tall. High temperature areas, usually for strange reason, places with high temperature, you can see even in Ghana here, northerners are relatively taller than the southerners. Okay, when you go to north, you see body, a man. Okay, Ajiman like this. Ajiman, your mouth, you are doing yeah. You go to north and go and do that and see. So 2-year-old boy who has been given birth to 2 years. Come, go to north and you will see. Go to north and go and see. And when
you come to North and you see you run.
I going to do this, my brother?
Yeah. I see. You can see that the man has given up.
Why would I go and do this, my mother?
Giving up. Yeah, he has given up. He has run away.
Why would I go and do this? Hey.
More.
Not boy guy in Yeah. So,
We are
thank
very
you.
strong. We can produce box.
So you see, so most of the time, so cold organisms in cold places, yeah, they are not all that tall. Okay, organisms in cold places, they are not all that tall. Okay, so you can see that northern Ghana, like if you bring you sheep from northern Ghana, you can see that they are even the goat when they bring the goat and sheep from northern Ghana. Sometimes quite when I was a kid,
Yes, sir.
my mom, my
Yes,
mom,
sir.
my mom used to hello. Okay, so my mom used to
Yes.
ask
What
farmers in the north.
what
We are
account
wrapping
for?
up with this slide. This is the slide we are wrapping up, please. Okay, okay. So my mom will
I'm
ask.
asking a question.
Oh, you're asking a question. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Please let me hear you.
Yes. So what account for this biological or physiological thing that those from the
Well, it,
temperature region are normally top?
yeah.
What
So
account for that?
so in fact, because of our time, okay, I will ask you to read about it. But when we meet next week, God willing, okay, I will elaborate more on that. So you can see the South Sudan.
All
If you go
right.
to South Sudan, the South Sudan, those people are on the equator. Okay, the sun is scorching them
Very
24/7.
good.
Eh? You see the South Sudan,
And they can
2-year-old in
run
South.
all the long distance.
Good. The 2-year-old person in South Sudan is taller than me. Okay, as I'm sitting, 2-year-old person in South Sudan is taller than I am, fully taller than I am. Okay, very, very tall, and they don't put on weight. Okay, you can see that if you go South Sudan, they are tall and lanky. Okay, so but when the temperature is not too much, okay, they normally tend to, when the place is cold, they normally tend to have a little bit of compact body, like their body is thick, they are not slim. Okay, so you see that when you look at people from temperate regions, you see that white people don't really look very slim, especially those in very cold areas. They tend to be a little bit thick, okay, comparatively. All right, so compact body with short limbs, okay, because you want to reduce their surface area. Okay, if you want to reduce your surface area, you don't need to be very tall. No, you don't need that. And then they also hibernate during the winter. So winter, whereby the temperature is really horrific. What do? You hibernate. Okay, so in this particular temperature, they slow down their metabolic activities, that's the respiration and co, and then they hide in there. So they just reduce their metabolic activity and they hide in there. That's the hibernation, which I've talked about previously. Okay, so we have the Arctic ground squirrel and then the grizzly bear and stuff like they are all undergo hibernation, and they also use camouflage quite a lot because Arctic is you see the place is plain, so camouflage is very important. You need to hunt. You also need to survive. Okay, look at the Arctic fox. Look at the Arctic fox here. Look at them. Look at them. Look at the Arctic fox. Look at how they are. Look at the way they look like. Look at those Arctic foxes. Look at that. Okay, so you see this one. Even the environment, the color is really blending. Okay, look at this one here. With the word. Look at the environment. You look at this one. This one. The one here. Okay. This fox here, you can't even see it. Okay. So when you wake up every morning in Arctic tundra, there are two prayers you need to pray. You need to be able to camouflage so that you can get food to eat, or you should be able, if not to, somebody also turn into a prey to someone. So there are two things, just like the prayer of gazelle and a lion. If a lion doesn't run fast enough, it will go hungry, and if gazelle too doesn't run fast enough, it will die. So it's just between you running to escape your prey or running to catch your prey. Okay, running to escape your predator or running to catch your prey. All right, so the same thing here. So they have thicker coat insulating their body, compact body with short limbs, and then hibernation, and then the camouflage. Okay, so they tend to camouflage with the environment. Okay, that will help them to survive in both the warm and cold winter. You need to survive. Okay, good. So this is where we will end, and then God willing, when we meet again, we'll be talking about aquatic. That will be our lecture 2, which is the aquatic habitat. Okay, good. But we'll be able to finish. We'll be able to finish what is left is not all that much. You'll be able to finish everything. Okay, before okay, good. So we'll end our class here, and then please, I will send this slide that I've made some notes in it. For I will send to Ajiman. Let me try and then delete this side of it.
Doc, you also have to send tutorials.
Yes, I have to. In fact, I will do that for sure. I think these tutorials I will. Let me see. Ajiman, please keep reminding me, okay, so that I could let my TAs gather some for you, okay. All right. So these are the, so here, these are the terrestrial.
This one, I pray that more of them will come in the exam. So
terrestrial biomes.
Last semester here. Hey, it was
Which one? Which one was it tough?
the 100 objective questions.
Yeah.
Look,
last anything from there.
Oh, but that one is to guide you. I thought that one is to guide you. Oh, you, my ladies. Oh, my ladies. Oh, my ladies. Okay. My ladies, I thought that one was just to guide you. Oh, wasn't it just to guide you?
No.
Or you want the
no, so at least some should come, so that
oh, some definitely some came. Definitely some came. Maybe the number that you the number you had wanted.
Not even 1K. Not even one.
Oh no. My heart is broken, especially as this one is coming from my ladies. My heart is broken. Please, don't worry. This one, the questions will be very simple. You'll be fine. My heart is breaking. Ajima, don't talk to them. Hello, please. Let me hear from you. I'm sending the lecture. I'm sending the lecture note to Ajima right now.
All right, sir. Please, sir, let me use the platform for just 5 minutes.
Okay, great. But remember the mic is on, so that please be mindful of what you want to say.
Yeah, it's about the impending class. Please, Dr. Enesesiama requested that we give him at least 45 minutes to run up what he wanted to do yesterday. What time do you suggest it will be convenient? He asked for 1 o'clock, and I don't know if 1 o'clock will be convenient for us. So I need opinions. I need suggestions.
I think
get back to him in time.
I think since it's just minutes, that's just like he said, let's do it within that period, so that by 2 o'clock we are free to do whatever we want to do.
Because I have to watch Man U Arsenal match for real. So if you delay me, I will leave the class and go.
Hey, Ajima.
Okay. Thank you. Continue.
We have to watch the Chelsea Brighton match.
Why you have been making some of us miss classes like that? You want the time to be back.
Look at somebody talking about Chelsea.
Hey, Ajima.
Some of us couldn't.
Where is he? Is he going? I didn't go. Be mindful the way you talk to my ladies here, or else.
I didn't say any lady. Chelsea is a women fellowship team. Chelsea is a women fellowship. Mentioning the least name.
This year you throw there. I bet we are the lead. I don't want you. What's you talk here? What you talk? My master student there, he started cry. He just say. As he talks, Chelsea the women fellowship team. Oh, with the bed. Have a nice day, and then I wish you guys all the have a blessed week. And take care.
All right, 1 o'clock.
Chelsea is currently the best team in the world.
Okay, 1 o'clock.
Don't bring yourself.
Chelsea is currently the best team in the world.
What should you have? What is the color of your
flag? We are going to close before our
what is the color of your flag?
Chelsea Brighton.
Look at him too. Hey,
Abon-
you guys
Abonkele man.
Why
go
not
go
three?
and
Why
change
not
and come to
three?
class.
Why not 3 o'clock?
Why not 3? So that after the match we can,
Yes. So that we meet him at 3
after our
p.m.
match we can start.
If they scored, you will not come, so we don't care.
You see, he has muted his mic. Ajman.
Where's Ajiman? Huh?
When your team cannot even afford a drinking capsule.
Now we'll catch him and beat him one day. Don't mind him. We'll catch him one day red-handed. I will give him severe lashes.
In fact, too.